Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
Chapter 1. Coming Back to the Land. 1.1. Returning After Loss. I came back to eastern Kentucky the same way a lot of men come back to places they swore they were done with. Quietly, with more boxes than pride, and without anything left in the city worth explaining. For 12 years I lived in Lexington. I worked hospital maintenance at St. Joseph, mostly nights, mostly alone, mostly fixing things nobody noticed until they stopped working. Leaking valves, burned out ballast, jammed doors in supply halls, bad wiring above ceiling tiles where the dust sat so thick it turned your sweat gray by the end of a shift. It wasn't glamorous, but it was steady. And for a while, steady felt close enough to a life. My ex-wife used to say I was good at repairing everything except the parts people actually cared about. She said it in the kitchen the night she told me she was leaving. And I remember standing there with a screwdriver still in my back pocket, like that meant I had some kind of answer. After the divorce, I drifted more than I like to admit. I stayed in the same apartment for 2 more years because moving would have made it official. I picked up extra shifts. I ate a lot of vending machine dinners at 2 in the morning. I told myself I liked city life because it gave a man room to disappear inside it. The truth was, I'd already started disappearing. Then my mother died in February. It wasn't sudden, which in some ways made it worse. Everybody says that when a sickness drags out, at least you can prepare yourself. I've never believed that. All dragging things do is teach you how helpless can become routine. By the time we buried her, I had already spent months driving back and forth on weekends, helping with errands, pretending Dad understood her medications better than he did, fixing frozen pipes and loose boards and whatever else had gone soft around the house while she was the one keeping it together. After the funeral, I drove back to Lexington in sleet, sat in my parking lot with the engine running, and realized I had no real reason to be there anymore. Dad never asked me to come home. He wouldn't have. He was too old for the work, but too proud to call it that, and too set in his ways to admit the place was wearing him down. He still kept a few head of cattle, still cut brush where he could, still acted like the years had only happened to other people. But I could see it in the way he got out of a chair, in the length of time it took him to carry a feed sack, in the pause before he bent to lift anything heavy. He was 72 that spring, all bone and tendon and mule stubborn temper, and the property was too much for one man unless that man was willing to let half of it go. My father would sooner have let his own name go, so I packed what was left of my apartment into a rented trailer, gave notice at the hospital, and came back to the land I'd spent most of my adult life trying to outgrow. The family place sat a little over a mile off the state road, up a gravel cut that twisted between ditch lines and second-growth timber. The old house was set on a rise above the lower pasture, white paint gone chalky, porch rail soft in places, roof still sound because my father trusted tin more than shingles and had replaced it himself 15 years ago. Behind the house stood the tool shed with its leaning doors, then the cattle lot, then the open field narrowing toward the tree line. Beyond that, the woods climbed fast and dark into the ridge like something folding in on itself. On clear days, you could see where the hardwoods changed color at different elevations. On cloudy ones, it all looked like one long wall. The place still smelled the same when I got out of the truck the day I moved back. Wet earth, old hay, diesel, mineral salt, and that faint green smell you only get where grass grows over ground that has known livestock for generations. There was the family road curling past the house and dropping downhill toward what used to be my grandparents' place. There were the apple trees near the old orchard, half wild now, branches twisted and neglected, fruit small and bitter unless you caught them at exactly the right time. There was the rusted water trough at the edge of the lower field, the same one I had climbed into as a boy and gotten whipped for. There was the deep tree line at the back of everything, standing there as if no time at all had passed. That was the part I felt first. Not comfort, recognition. A place like that remembers the shape of you, whether you deserve it or not. The tire ruts on the gravel, the dip in the porch step, the bedroom window where I used to push the screen out and sneak cigarettes at 17. The gatepost scarred where my uncle backed a truck into it before I was born. Nothing there cared what I had done in Lexington, or failed to do. Nothing cared that I was divorced, half broke, and carrying the sour private feeling that I had somehow missed the main road of my own life and spent years driving the shoulder. The land knew me in older ways than that. It knew me from when my knees were still muddy all summer and my whole world ended at the ridge. That should have felt like mercy. Instead, it felt like being measured. I told myself the hard part would be grief, or loneliness, or the long, slow humiliation of coming home at 32 to sleep in the same room I'd once left, swearing I'd never spend another winter in. I thought the difficulty would be practical and human-sized. Repairing fences, helping Dad with the cattle, learning how to live with silence again after so many years of traffic and fluorescent light. I did not understand then that the land had kept more than my memories. By the end of my first week back, I had already fallen into the old rhythm of the place so completely that it started to feel as if the city had been the dream, and this was what waking up looked like. Morning began with the weather radio hissing on the kitchen counter while coffee burned dark in Dad's dented percolator. There were always feed store receipts tucked under a salt shaker or pinned beneath an ashtray. Little paper reminders of protein tubs, cracked corn, fencing staples, mineral blocks, diesel additive, and whatever else a property like ours consumed just to stay itself. The mudroom still held the same rusted chest freezer that had been there since the 90s, its white enamel stained brown around the hinges. Half the time, it held venison or bulk beef wrapped in butcher paper. The other half, it held things no one wanted in the kitchen freezer. Bait, old stock, weird cuts, bones saved for dogs. There were always muddy boots by the back door, no matter how often the floor got swept. And always a jacket thrown over the same chair, because taking it all the way to the bedroom somehow counted as wasted movement. Outside, the daily checks arranged themselves without much talking. Propane tank gauge, water line to the trough, mineral tubs in the pasture to make sure the cattle hadn't knocked one over or licked it hollow. Gate chain, fence corners, the old red tractor if Dad had used it the day before and was pretending not to wait for me to notice it needed oil. There was a practical comfort in all of it, the kind built from repetition. And for those first days, it almost fooled me into thinking routine could be a kind of healing. Dad moved through that routine the way he moved through everything else, without flourish, without complaint, and without inviting conversation he didn't want. He had never been a warm man, but he wasn't cruel, just narrow in the emotional places, like a road cut too close between rock walls. He believed in work, weather, and keeping his own business. He did not believe in sitting around talking about feelings unless somebody had died. And even then, he preferred to talk about the casket, the preacher, the cost of flowers, anything but the person who had actually gone. Since Mom's death, that instinct had hardened into something sharper. He did not mention her unless he had to, but sometimes I would catch him pausing in the pantry doorway, or standing in the yard with no clear reason, as if his body had reached the thought before his mind was willing to admit it. The family land spread farther than outsiders would have guessed from the road. Downhill from us stood what remained of my grandparents' place, a sagging house no one had lived in for years, smokehouse stones half swallowed by weeds, old garden plots gone back to blackberry and ironweed. Farther off, beyond a line of cedar and a washout creek crossing, sat the small family cemetery, fenced in white pipe, with our last name on stones weathered so soft the lettering looked tired. The hollers and ridges around us had names locals still used that never appeared on any map. Miller's Cut, Dry Branch, Fox Hollow, the Back 40, though it wasn't 40 acres exactly, and probably never had been. Growing up there meant learning those names before you learned county roads. They made the land feel less like property and more like a body with joints and old scars. In the evenings, light settled long and gold over the pasture before slipping suddenly out of it. The house would glow warm from the windows. Supper smells would drift into the mudroom. Cattle would move slow and dark at the fence line. If you stood on the porch with a coffee cup and didn't look too hard at the woods, it could all still seem like the kind of place people wrote about when they wanted to sound sincere about home. That was how it looked. What I noticed, maybe on the third or fourth evening, was that my father still closed the curtains before dark had fully settled. Not after, before. He never announced it. He would just rise from his chair while the sky still held a little blue in it and pull the kitchen curtains shut, then the front room, then the narrow one by the hall. It was done, matter of fact, same as checking the latch on the mudroom door or setting the coffee for morning. When I was a kid, Mom used to do the same thing. Back then, I thought it was just country habit, the sort of thing older people did because they did not like being looked at from outside after dark. Standing there with my plate in my hand, I had the oddest urge to ask him why he still did that when there was nobody out there to see in but cattle and deer. I didn't ask. A week after I moved back, my sister Mara came home too, though she would have choked before calling it that. She pulled in on a Thursday afternoon with a borrowed pickup dragging a used single-wide mobile home in 2 stages behind hired movers, and a look on her face that said she hated every mile of the trip. Mara was 2 years younger than me, tough in the way some people get after they've had to improvise too long. All quick mouth and tired eyes, and a posture that always looked half a second from squaring up for a fight. She had left Kentucky younger than I had, ended up in Tennessee, then Southern Ohio, then back down again through a string of waitressing jobs, bad apartments, and one man after another who seemed decent right up until he wasn't. The breakup that finally sent her back was the kind everybody saw coming, except the person living inside it. She arrived with an 8-year-old son, a dented SUV full of trash bags and laundry baskets, and exactly the sort of forced humor people use when they can't afford the truth. The mobile home got set on a flattened piece of ground near the old orchard, close enough to the main house for an extension cord during setup, but far enough to give her the privacy she insisted she wanted. As a kid, that patch had been where we dared each other to climb the oldest apple tree, even though the trunk was hollow and full of ants. Now the grass there grew uneven over packed dirt, and the trees beyond it leaned in a little too close. Caleb jumped out before the movers were done with the first leveling block. He was all elbows, curiosity, and that particular boyish energy that made him seem both younger and older than 8, depending on the angle you caught him from. He could spend half an hour talking about a game on his tablet and then vanish into the ditch line to look for crawdads without seeing any contradiction in it. He wasn't eerie, wasn't one of those children in stories who say the wrong thing in the wrong voice. He was just bright and restless and eager to treat the property like an adventure as soon as he saw it. That innocence made the whole place feel almost normal again for a little while. Duke came out right after him, a broad-chested pit mix with a scar over one shoulder and the fearless, overcommitted loyalty of a dog that had already decided all our business was his. He took to the land fast, nose in everything, charging the yard like he had inherited it. Within 10 minutes, he had rolled in something dead near the fence line, barked at the cattle, and made himself unwelcome in Dad's tool shed. Mara laughed harder at that than anything else that day. It was the brittle kind of laugh, but it was real enough. She kept talking while the movers worked, filling silence before it could say anything about her being back on family land in a used trailer with a kid and no good plan past next month. She talked about utility hookups, school registration, whether the county would fuss about the septic line, whether Caleb would need a heavier coat before winter. Normal things, practical things. The kinds of things people cling to when they do not want to be pitied. David answered where he had to, but I could tell he wasn't fully with her. More than once while Mara was talking, I saw his eyes shift past her shoulder toward the tree line beyond the orchard. Not staring exactly, listening with his face. At first I thought he was just distracted or tired, or still carrying some private weather from the years after Mom got sick. Then I realized he kept looking at the same place between the trees, and he never once mentioned why. 1.2. Old rules nobody explains. There were rules in that house that nobody ever sat me down to teach. I learned them the same way you learn where the floorboards creak or which gate sags after a heavy rain, by living around them long enough to understand that certain things were done and certain things were not. Don't whistle after sunset. Don't call somebody by name from the yard once it's dark. If the dog refuses the steps, leave it alone and go in without it. If something knocks from the woods, you do not knock back. And if you ever shine a light across the ridge at night, you do it once, never twice. When I was little, I thought those rules belonged in the same category as not opening umbrellas indoors or not putting a hat on the bed. Mountain habits, old people's nerves, the kind of inherited caution that grows in isolated places until it starts dressing itself up as wisdom. My grandmother had a dozen more of them, most tied to weather, death, or things she would only call what travels. My mother kept a few without ever defending them. Dad, for all his practicality, obeyed every one of the nighttime rules without fail, and did it in that especially aggravating adult way where you were expected to copy him without asking why. As a kid, I tested what I could. I whistled once from my bedroom window after dark when I was maybe 11. More to prove to myself that nothing would happen than because I wanted to hear the sound. My mother was in my doorway so fast, it was like she had been waiting outside the room for it. She didn't slap me. She never did. But she grabbed the sill hard enough her knuckles went pale and told me in a voice I still remember not to ever do that again. Not here. Not after dark. Not if I wanted to keep sleeping easy. When I asked why, she looked over her shoulder toward the hallway, toward where she knew my father would hear, and said only, "Because some things get curious." That was the sort of answer adults gave in this family, not explanation. Just enough shape around the truth to make a child obey. By the time I hit my teens, I had mostly written all of it off as Appalachian superstition, the kind city people like to romanticize, and locals were too embarrassed to defend in daylight. I remember joking once in high school about how our family acted like the woods had ears. My uncle had laughed, but not very much. And my father had told me if I found it so funny, I could go spend a night above the back fence by myself and test the theory. He said it flat enough that I never did. Coming back as an adult, I expected those old rules to feel smaller. I expected them to shrink under electric bills and diesel costs and all the other practical burdens of grown life. Instead, what embarrassed me was not that the rules still existed, but how completely nobody questioned them. Mara didn't joke about them. Dad didn't explain them. Even Caleb, who was too young to know where any of it came from, seemed to pick up the edges of those habits almost immediately, lowering his voice outside after dusk the way children do when they sense a boundary before they understand it. One evening, maybe a week and a half after I got back, I asked Dad about it directly. We were in the mudroom, and he was pulling off his boots with that slow, irritated look he wore whenever his knees bothered him. I said, "You still really believe all that old stuff? The whistling, the knocking, the light on the ridge." He didn't look at me when he answered. He set the boots side by side on the mat, like the question wasn't worth breaking routine for. "I believe people ought to know how to act at night," he said. "That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got." I waited, but that was all he gave me. Standing there with the smell of wet leather and old freezer frost in the room, I felt a childish frustration come back so hard it almost made me laugh. That was how things worked here. The rules were treated like plumbing or weather, present, necessary, and not up for philosophical discussion. Maybe that should have made them easier to dismiss. Instead, it did the opposite. Because in all the years I'd been away, in all the funerals and holidays and short visits back, I had never once heard anybody in my family laugh at those rules. Not really. They might avoid the topic, change the subject, act irritated that you brought it up, but nobody mocked them. Nobody said grandma was crazy. Nobody said mom only did that stuff because she'd been raised in the hills. Nobody said it was nonsense. People joke freely about things they no longer fear. That family never did. Duke was the first thing that made the old rules feel less like inherited weirdness and more like an outline around something real. During the day, he was exactly the kind of dog you'd want around a rough piece of property. Thick-headed, energetic, nosy, too brave for his own good. He barked at feed trucks, chased shadows in the yard, ran the fence line with the cattle like he'd appointed himself foreman. If he found a dead thing in the weeds, he rolled in it with missionary commitment. If a stranger had come up that road uninvited, Duke would have met them halfway with his chest out and all his bad ideas leading the charge. But around dusk, something changed in him. The first time I noticed it, I was on the back porch with a coffee cup in one hand and my phone in the other, pretending I still cared what people in Lexington were doing on a Thursday night. Duke had been trotting circles in the yard, nosing at tufts of dead grass and half-heartedly harassing a moth near the porch light. Then all at once, he stopped. Not slowed, stopped. He stood at the very edge of the porch boards, with one front paw lifted and his whole body drawn tight, ears forward, tail level. Every muscle in him pulled into a kind of listening I had only seen in hunting dogs right before flush. His hackles rose in a dark ridge between his shoulders. I followed his line of sight out toward the tree line beyond the old orchard. There was nothing there that I could see, just trunks and brush. The last of the light laid thin and gray between the lower branches, and what had looked like open space in afternoon had already begun filling up with shadow. I stepped off the porch and moved a little farther into the yard, trying to find whatever had caught his attention. Deer, I figured. Maybe a coyote cutting low along the edge. "Duke," I said, not loud. "What is it?" He didn't bark. That was what got me. A dog like that should have erupted. Instead, he made a low sound deep in his chest, not quite a growl and not quite a whine, and shifted backward one step at a time without taking his eyes off the woods. The movement looked wrong in a way that's hard to explain unless you've seen an animal trying to retreat without admitting retreat. His claws clicked softly across the porch boards. Every inch of him said he wanted distance, but none of him wanted to turn his back. I got my flashlight from the hook by the mudroom door and shined it toward the place he'd been staring. White beam over trunks, brush, tangled vine, a broken branch silvering at the tip. Nothing else. No reflection of eyes, no movement, no shape separate from the trees. Still, the back of my neck had gone cold. Not because I thought I had seen something, but because Duke clearly believed he had. The next evening he did it again. Same time or close to it. Same place in the yard. Same fixed stare toward the same patch of dark timber just beyond where the orchard grass gave way to undergrowth. Again he would not bark. Again he backed away in stiff, unwilling steps as if the porch itself were safer ground. By the third night, I stopped trying to laugh it off. I told myself it was probably the scent of something bedding near the edge of the woods. A bobcat maybe, a coyote den, maybe a black bear passing through, though we didn't see many that low. Rational explanations came easy in daylight, but fear has very little to do with explanation when a healthy, aggressive dog keeps acting like there is something out there he does not want to challenge. After supper one night, Dad and I sat outside longer than usual. The air had a sharp, late fall bite to it, cold enough that the coffee in our mugs steamed in pale threads you could still see in the porch light. Somewhere down the lower field, the cattle shifted their weight in the dark, leather and bone sounds carrying farther than they should have. A few insects still rasped in the weeds. The old barn roof ticked as it let go of the day's warmth. It was an ordinary country night, the kind city people like to call peaceful because they've never listened to one long enough to hear how much is actually alive inside it. Dad sat with his elbows on his knees, mug hanging from one hand, eyes on nothing in particular. I was half looking at the yard, half letting my mind wander the way it did more often out there, loosening from all the hard, fluorescent straight lines of the life I'd had before. Then it came. Knock. The sound rolled out from somewhere beyond the hollow behind the house. Deep. Wooden. Not like a gunshot, not like a branch breaking, not like any natural split or pop I could place. Just one hard report, as if someone a long way off had taken a club to a tree trunk. I looked toward the ridge. Neither of us spoke. The second knock came after such a long pause, I had almost convinced myself I'd imagined the first. Knock. Then silence again. Real silence this time, not ordinary quiet. The insects stopped. Whatever little sounds had been carrying from the field were gone. Even the air felt different, heavier somehow, like the pressure had changed before a storm. It wasn't a sound so much as the absence of every other sound, and it settled over the yard so completely that I could hear the faint scrape of my own thumb against the ceramic of the mug. The third knock came slowest of all. Knock. Under the bench, Duke let out a low, strangled whine and shoved himself farther back into the shadow by the wall. I could hear him breathing through his nose, fast and wet. Every hair on my arms stood up at once. I turned to my father, expecting some practical explanation, some annoyed shake of the head, maybe even one of those dismissive lines men use when they don't want to admit something unsettled them. Instead, he set his mug down carefully on the porch board, stood up, and looked out into the dark for one long second without saying a word. Then he said, quiet, as if he didn't want the night hearing him answer, "That's enough outside." 1.3. The Ridge Answers. I didn't move when Dad said it. It wasn't defiance, not exactly. It was the kind of freezing that happens when your body has already understood something your mind is still trying to sort into categories it can live with. I sat there on the porch with the mug cooling between my hands, staring out toward the black shape of the ridge beyond the lower field, waiting for the part where the night returned to normal and made me feel stupid for reacting to 3 sounds in the dark. Nothing returned. The silence only deepened. It had a weight to it by then, a pressure that seemed to settle inside my ears. I could hear my own breathing and the dry swallow in my throat, and somewhere under the bench, Duke's nails clicking as he curled in tighter against the wall. The porch light behind us threw a weak yellow wash into the yard, but beyond that little circle, the property looked flattened and strange, as if every familiar thing had turned into a cutout of itself. Fence posts, mineral tub, the sag in the wire near the lower gate, all of it there, and none of it comforting. Dad stayed standing at the edge of the porch, not out in the yard, but not fully inside either, like a man caught between wanting to look and knowing better than to. I had never seen that posture on him before. He wasn't a nervous man. He wasn't jumpy. If anything, one of the things that had always gotten under my skin about him was how little he seemed impressed by fear in other people. He was the kind of man who had once stitched his own hand with fishing line because he didn't want to drive to urgent care on a Sunday. So when he looked at the dark and did not speak, the dread in me shifted shape. Then, from across the hollow on the opposite side, from farther off, maybe halfway up the other ridge, hard to tell in that kind of night, came another knock. Not the same sound, related somehow, but deeper, heavier, like the first had been struck with wood, and the second with something denser, something that landed harder and traveled farther through the trunks. Knock. I felt the skin pull tight over my shoulders. A long pause followed, and this time, there was no chance of telling myself it had been chance, or settling timber, or a hunter making noise for some reason I did not yet understand. The second knock came from that opposite ridge again. Knock. And then the third. Knock. It wasn't a repetition. That was what made my stomach drop. It was too deliberate for that. The timing was different. The weight was different. The space between blows felt almost measured, like the sound was not echoing the first set, but replying to it. I opened my mouth to say something. What, I still don't know. Maybe to ask if there were people back there. Maybe to force a rational explanation into the air before the quiet swallowed the whole porch. Dad grabbed my sleeve hard enough to jerk me half sideways. "Inside," he said. Not loud, not panicked. Worse than that, controlled in the way people get when panic has already happened further in and all that's left is function. I stood then, more from the shock of him putting hands on me than from obedience. He didn't wait for me to move properly. He pushed me toward the door with one hand and bent to slap the frame with the other, calling Duke in. The dog came low and fast, nearly brushing my legs, then shot through the doorway without a backward glance. Dad was right behind us. The second the mudroom door closed, he locked it. Then he crossed into the kitchen and shut the curtains in one quick run of motions that looked too practiced to be spontaneous. Window over the sink. Front room. Narrow hallway glass. He didn't leave a sliver anywhere. By the time I caught up to him, the house felt smaller, tighter, cut off from the outside in a way I hadn't felt since childhood storms. "What was that?" I asked. He didn't answer. He stood by the sink with one hand flat against the counter, head slightly turned toward the dark window he had just covered, listening in that hard, still way people listen when they're afraid of hearing the thing they expect. The kitchen light showed the side of his face in a color that made him look older than he had that morning. The lines beside his mouth had gone deep. There was no annoyance in him, no skepticism, none of the ordinary rough patience he used when he thought somebody else was overreacting. There was fear. Not a little of it either. Not irritation dressed up as caution. The real thing. Quiet, familiar, humiliating fear. The kind a person has known long enough to stop wasting energy denying. And that frightened me more than any sound I'd heard from outside. The next morning came in bright and ordinary enough that part of me hated how normal it looked. Sun on wet pasture, breath rising from the cattle, coffee smell in the kitchen. Mara's SUV parked crooked near the orchard. Caleb, already awake and too loud for the hour, doing something on his tablet at the table while cereal softened in the bowl in front of him. If not for the way I'd slept, badly, one eye open to every shift of the house, I might have let daylight talk me out of the whole thing. Dad was at the stove scraping sausage into a cast iron skillet when I brought it up. "What was that last night?" He kept scraping for a second too long. Then he said, "People in these hills hear things." I leaned against the counter and looked at him. "That's what you're going with?" He shrugged, but there was effort in it. "Wood carries, sound bounces. Somebody could have been knocking on a stand for all I know." "You pulled me inside like the place was on fire." He shot me a look then, not angry so much as unwilling. "I pulled you inside because standing out there gawking at the dark doesn't improve anything." Mara glanced up from where she was opening a jar of grape jelly. "What happened?" I told her, keeping my tone casual on purpose. 3 knocks from beyond the hollow, then another set from the far ridge. Dad acting like he'd heard his own obituary. I tried to make it sound smaller by the way I told it. A weird hill noise, maybe hunters, maybe kids messing around where they shouldn't. Mara frowned, but not in the way people do when they're dismissing something. More like she was curious whether she ought to be worried and didn't yet want to volunteer for it. "Trespassers, maybe?" she said. "Teenagers? Somebody camping?" "On our side?" Dad asked. "In November?" She lifted one shoulder. "People do stupid things in the woods all the time." "That they do," he said, which wasn't agreement. I poured coffee and heard myself offering up my own weak explanation. Could have just been wood popping, old trunks, or somebody hunting over on the next ridge. I didn't believe it while I was saying it. Mara didn't either, from the look on her face. Dad pretended to, which was somehow the least convincing response of the 3. For a minute, the kitchen held that awkward little hush families have when everyone knows the explanation on the table is there to keep a worse one from sitting down among them. Then Caleb looked up from his cereal and said, "I heard it too." Nobody answered right away. He tapped the spoon against the side of his bowl, thinking about how to phrase it. "It sounded like somebody hitting a tree so we'd know they were there." The spoon clicked once more against the ceramic. Mara told him to eat. Dad turned back to the stove, and I stood there with my coffee halfway to my mouth, feeling a very small, very precise chill move through me. Because that was exactly what it had sounded like. And he said it with the easy certainty of a child reporting weather. I went out alone near dusk that evening, because I wanted to prove to myself that daylight still belonged to ordinary logic. The lower field sloped off behind the house toward the fence line, then dropped into a rougher stretch of ground where the pasture gave way to saplings, weeds, and the beginning of the hollow. The soil there stayed wet longer than the rest of the property, and even after a dry spell, there were places where boots sank just enough to remind you the ground never fully gave up its damp. I took a flashlight but didn't turn it on. There was still enough of the day left to see by, and I told myself I was only checking fence staples near the lower gate, only stretching my legs, only refusing to let one bad night make me ridiculous. The air had that gray-blue color late evenings get in the hills, where distance starts draining first and near things hold their shape a little longer. The orchard behind Mara's place looked skeletal from that angle. The old apple limbs twisted like joints under the fading light. I walked past the mineral tub and down toward the lower fence, boots sinking slightly in the softer strip of ground along the drainage run. That was where I noticed the mud. At first I took it for washout, some patch where the wet had loosened and slid after the last rain. But when I crouched, I saw it wasn't that. A swath of earth had been disturbed in a long upward smear, starting low near the edge of the field and dragging toward the fence line, as if something heavy had come up from below. Not hoofprints, not tire marks, not the broad shove of a deer scrambling. This looked more like weight had been set down and pulled again, leaving a shine in the mud where the top layer had been flattened. There were no clear tracks inside it, just that ugly dragged texture, and near one edge, a deeper gouge where something had bitten into the ground hard enough to leave a narrow trench. I squatted there longer than I meant to, trying to force the shape into something recognizable. Then from far beyond the hollow came 3 slow knocks. Knock. My head snapped up. The sound rolled across the darkening ridge exactly the way it had the night before. Measured, deliberate, too heavy to dismiss once you had heard it twice. Knock. By the second one, my skin had already gone cold. Knock. And almost before the last echo died, much closer than before, from somewhere behind the old orchard near Mara's place came an answering set. Knock. I turned so fast I nearly lost my footing in the mud. The second sound was nearer, not on the ridge, not across the hollow, on our land, or close enough to make no difference. It came from behind the apple trees where the ground rose toward the first wall of woods. Knock. My mouth had gone dry. Knock. I stood there between the lower fence and the dark field, hearing the 2 locations in my head at once, the far ridge, then the near orchard, and understood with a clarity so immediate it felt physical, that whatever had made those sounds the night before had not been passing through. It had not been random. It had not been one thing stumbling through the woods where sound happened to bounce strangely. Something over there had called, and something nearer had answered. Chapter 2. Something starts taking. The first calf of that cold stretch came on a night that felt too wet to freeze and too cold not to. Rain had started just after dark, not hard enough to sound dramatic, just steady and mean. The kind that slicks every board and turns every patch of dirt to black paste. By 10, the temperature had dropped far enough for the edges of things to glaze. The porch steps shone. The truck windshield filmed over. Water gathered in the ruts of the gravel road and took on that skin-thin look that meant ice was waiting for an excuse. I had just settled in with a reheated plate of leftovers, when Dad came to the mudroom door, already in his coat, and said one of the cows was laboring wrong. That was enough to get moving. There are some things on a place like that you can put off, and some you can't. A calving trouble in bad weather is not a thing you bargain with. We pulled on boots still damp from the day before, grabbed gloves and flashlights, and crossed the yard with rain needling our faces. The beam from my light bounced over soaked ground, gate chain, fence post, Dad's shoulder hunched under his canvas jacket. From the main barn came the uneasy shifting of cattle and the metallic complaint of a panel rubbed too hard. The smell hit us before we were fully inside. Hay, manure, wet hide, and that sharp biological heat of birth beginning whether the timing suits you or not.
The cow was in the side shed where Dad liked to bring them if he thought they might need watching. It wasn't much to look at. A narrow section partitioned off from the main barn, metal gate on one side, rough plank wall on the other, heat lamps overhead that made the damp air glow red in patches. Straw had been forked down thick, but it was already darkening beneath her. She lay on her side, flank shuddering, eyes wide enough to show crescent white whenever another contraction took her. The calf's front feet were there, slick and small, but the progress had stalled just enough to make Dad mutter under his breath. We worked mostly by habit. That was part of what made the night feel normal at first. I held the flashlight when needed, then set it down in the corner so the beam angled back across the stall. I fetched towels, then more straw. Dad checked position, got his shoulder against the cow when she rolled wrong, cursed at the gate latch when his glove slipped on it. My hands ended up slick with fluid almost immediately. That hot alien warmth of birth in weather cold enough to sting your ears. Steam rose in pale ribbons from the cow's body and drifted through the flashlight beam. Every metal surface we touched felt raw with cold. The gate bars burned through wet gloves. The bucket handle near froze itself to my palm. Grounding details ought to have made it easier. That was just ranch life. Bad hour, bad weather, necessary work. Nothing supernatural about a cow calving in a wet Kentucky cold snap. But Dad was wrong all night in little ways that added up. He kept looking up, not just checking the cow, not just glancing toward the aisle. He kept lifting his head and staring through the open barn doors toward the black yard outside, the way a person checks a road for headlights they're expecting and dreading. Twice while I was changing straw under the cow's hindquarters, I caught him standing still for a second too long, his hand braced on the gate, eyes fixed on the dark beyond the wash of the exterior floodlight. Rain stitched silver through the light, and past that, there was only the lower field running off into shadow, and the hard black line of the woods beyond it. "What?" I asked him once. "Nothing," he said too quickly. The calf came at last in a rush of slick legs and fluid, and one ugly, relieved slide into the straw. For a few seconds it just lay there, folded and glistening, all ribs and knees and membrane, looking less like a living thing than a wet secret dragged into the world before it was ready. Then it shuddered, shook its head weakly, and let out a thin, irritated sound that might have been the ugliest, beautiful noise on earth in that moment.
David cut the membrane away from its face, checked its breathing, rubbed it hard with a towel while the cow struggled upright to turn and lick it clean. Routine. Work. Relief. Even then, Dad insisted we keep them in the side shed, instead of moving them with the others, or leaving them in the larger section where there was more room. "It stays under the lamps tonight," he said. "She'll be fine with the herd by morning," I told him. "Under the lamps," he repeated. So we left the calf in the side barn, heat lamps burning, fresh straw banked around it, gate latched.
I checked the latch myself because his insistence had gotten under my skin enough to make me want proof of something ordinary. It dropped into place with a solid metal click. The cow lowered her head over the calf, huffing steam over its wet back. And for one brief second, the sight of them there looked almost peaceful. Then Dad turned his flashlight toward the open barn doors again. The rain had thinned to mist by then. The yard beyond the threshold looked slick and empty. Fence posts stood black and still. Water dripped off the eaves in a patient rhythm. Nothing moved. Nothing stood there waiting. Nothing at all I could point to and tell him he was being ridiculous for. Still, when we finally crossed back to the house, he glanced over his shoulder 3 times before the mudroom door shut behind us. By dawn, the calf was gone. I knew something was wrong before I reached the side barn because Dad was already there and not moving. He stood in the aisle with the door thrown wide, one hand on the frame, his body gone still in that specific way that means a man has reached the edge of surprise and stepped into something else. Morning had come up pale and hard after the night's rain. The yard was all brittle mud crust and shallow ice, the kind that snaps under a boot heel with a sound too cheerful for the weather. My breath smoked in front of me as I crossed from the house, and the cold had that metallic bite that makes your teeth ache a little if you pull air too fast. "What happened?" I said. He didn't answer right away. He just shifted enough for me to see into the stall. The cow was there, wild-eyed and blowing through her nose, sides heaving, front hooves chopping at the straw. The heat lamps still burned overhead, throwing that same dull red cast over the boards. The gate was still latched. I saw that immediately. The chain hung right where I had left it, the clasp closed. Nothing bent, nothing broken. No clean path for an animal to have entered or left. But the calf was gone. For a second, I thought maybe it had gotten up and somehow wedged itself behind the partition or slipped through some gap I hadn't noticed. Then my eyes adjusted to the floor. The blood was wrong. Not the amount. Birth makes a mess. I knew that. I'd seen enough of it growing up, and more than enough the night before. What was wrong was the pattern. Instead of the broad, honest disorder of labor, fluid, straw, smearing where the cow turns and shifts, the floor looked disturbed with intention. Afterbirth had been pulled into a long, dragging ribbon across the stall and partly up the aisle, as if something had caught it and drawn it away. Blood had not splashed so much as been smeared in thick arcs and handless swipes over the straw. One patch near the threshold looked almost polished, where wet matter had been pressed and moved again and again until the stalks beneath lay flattened dark. "Jesus," I heard myself say. The drag mark ran from where the calf had lain, partway toward the barn doors, and then simply stopped. Not faded, stopped. The trail narrowed, then vanished on churned straw and damp concrete, as if whatever weight had made it had either lifted clean off the ground or ceased to exist right there in the aisle. I crouched without meaning to, studying the place where it disappeared, and felt the first hard point of real dread settle into me. A predator would have had to get in and out. A thief would have left more sign. Even panic in the cow would have made more sense than this half-erased violence in a locked stall. Then I saw the post. On the inside corner of the gate support, the wood carried 4 deep gouges, sunk so far into the grain they had curled splinters outward like shaved bone. They weren't the random kicking tears of a hoof. They were too narrow, too deep, too hooked at the end. I stepped closer to the side wall and found another mark there.
A single plank scored with 3 long cuts, slightly curved, each starting shallow and biting deeper as they went. As if something had drawn itself across the board slowly enough to feel resistance. I stared at them longer than I should have. That was what sharpened the fear for me, more even than the missing calf.
The whole stall felt composed, arranged. Not tidy, God no, but shaped by something other than hunger. It was the difference between coming upon a car wreck and coming upon a room where you know somebody wanted you to notice the chair turned a certain way, the picture knocked crooked, the blood left visible on purpose. Dad still hadn't said much. He stepped into the stall, looked once at the wallboard, then at the floor, then out through the open barn doors toward the field. Not down where the drag ended, not at the latch. Out. As if the answer was waiting somewhere under the ridge and he had known all along where to look. That was when the smell hit me fully. It had been there in the barn from the first second, tangled up with blood and wet hay and livestock heat, but until I bent closer to the drag mark, I hadn't separated it from everything else. Once I did, I wished I hadn't. It smelled like wet fur left too long in a closed place. Like mud from the bottom of stagnant water. Like rot, but not fresh rot. Not the clean, gamey spoil of a deer carcass in summer. Older than that. Sourer. There was something deep in it that reminded me of old drains in the hospital basement. That trapped organic stink that seems to have soaked into concrete over years and only comes alive when damp weather pulls it out. Underneath all that sat another note I could not place at first, because I had no reason to think of it in a barn. Something stale and mammal hot. The smell of a den or nest or body that lives too long in one place without light. Dad recognized it immediately. I knew because his face changed. Not visibly enough that another man might have noticed, but I had known him all my life. The small muscles along his jaw locked. The weathered folds beside his mouth flattened. Whatever thin layer of pretending he had still been using with me since the knocks, he let it go in that one breath. "Get the lime," he said. I looked at him. "What?" "The lime, from the shed. And don't let your sister come down here." That snapped me back into motion. I went for the bag from the tool shed, boots slipping in the frozen mud, heart thudding much harder than the task should have justified. When I came back, he was standing in the same place, one hand loose at his side, not looking at the stall anymore. He was looking past the lower pasture to the dark line under the ridge. Morning light had reached the field by then, flattening the frost and turning the remaining ice in the wheel ruts white. The barn threshold was rimmed with pink foam, where diluted blood had seeped and started to freeze. In the straw near the wall, heavier clots had gone dark and jelly thick, stiffening around bent stems. A pair of flies had found the place already, circling low and stupid in air that should have been too cold for them. I remember that detail because it struck me as wrong in such a small, specific way. Flies arriving too early, as if something in that stall had called to things that should have stayed sleeping. Dad took the lime bag from me and started dusting the floor, not heavily, just enough to kill smell and wet. His movements were economical, practiced, but there was anger in them too. Not the hot kind. The kind a person feels toward a recurring problem that has finally crossed one line too many. "What took it?" I asked. He didn't say he didn't know. He didn't say coyote, dog, catamount, trespasser, any of the names a man reaches for when he wants the world to remain ordinary. He just kept his eyes on that strip of woods under the ridge and said, low enough that it felt more like an admission than an answer, "I told you to keep the lights on." 2.2. The woods move closer.
For the next couple of days, everybody pretended the calf had been some ugly, practical kind of loss. That is one of the more humiliating things fear does to grown people. It doesn't always send you running or screaming. Sometimes it makes you settle for explanations you know are flimsy, because the truth on the edge of them is harder to live beside. Mara asked if maybe a dog had gotten into the barn somehow. I said maybe. Dad did not offer a theory at all, which was worse. He just fixed what could be fixed, spread fresh bedding, checked latches twice, and moved through the property with the alert, inward look of a man listening for the second half of a sentence he had already heard once before. Then the apples started disappearing. The old orchard behind Mara's trailer had not been properly cared for in years. What trees were left still bore fruit, but not like a commercial place, not neat and reachable and worth the trouble to anyone sane. These trees had gone half wild. Their crowns tangled together in a way that kept the light poor underneath, and their trunks twisted low and ugly from decades of storms, neglect, and old amateur pruning. In season, they dropped more fruit than they held. Yellow jackets got the some. Deer took some. The rest softened in the grass and drew wasps and raccoons. It was the kind of spot children loved, and adults stopped trusting once they understood how quickly a place can go from charming to rotten. Still, there were always apples on the lower limbs in late fall, especially the red ones on the two oldest trees near the rise. That was one of the first normal things Caleb got excited about after moving in. He liked going out with a stick to knock the good ones free and bring them back in his shirt front, as if he'd discovered a food source civilization had somehow overlooked. One morning, he came into the house complaining that somebody had beaten him to them. At first, I thought he meant deer, but when I went out behind the trailer with him, I saw what he was talking about immediately. The trees had been stripped in strange patches overnight. Not cleanly, not thoroughly, just selectively enough to feel deliberate. Branches at about shoulder height had been bent and snapped where fruit had been taken from clusters deeper in the canopy. On one tree, the bark wore long gray-brown smears of mud rubbed in vertical streaks, as if something filthy had leaned against the trunk while reaching. I crouched to look at the ground beneath and found almost nothing useful. The soil there was churned with old leaves and the kind of half-frozen mush that does not hold detail well. No neat hoofprints, no obvious boot marks, just disturbance, broken twigs, fruit stems scattered where they had fallen or been torn loose. One branch had been yanked down hard enough to peel a strip of bark. "Deer?" Mara said from behind me, but she didn't sound convinced. "Too high," I said before I could stop myself. She folded her arms against the cold. "You saying a person came up here and stole 3 handfuls of apples in the dark?" I didn't answer right away. The marks on the bark bothered me more than the missing fruit. Deer browse leaves and low fruit. Bears break things with real force. Kids leave prints and cigarette butts and wrappers if they're dumb enough to trespass that far in. This looked less like feeding than handling, touching, testing. Caleb stood a little off to the side with the solemn attention children bring to adult discomfort once they realize a joke has gone bad. Then he said, "The tall man likes the red ones." Nobody moved. The words were spoken so casually they took a second to land. Not whispered, not performed, just offered into the air like he was explaining why the bird feeder kept emptying. Mara turned on him at once. "Enough!" He blinked, startled. "What? Stop saying things like that." "I'm not trying to—" "You hear me, Caleb? Enough with the tall man stuff." That shut him up. But not because he looked guilty. He looked confused in the purest way possible. the way a child looks when punished for naming something he thought everyone else had already noticed.
David had come out onto the porch by then, drawn by the voices. He didn't ask what Caleb meant. He didn't laugh at it. He only looked at the broken branch, then at the mud on the bark, then beyond the orchard to the tree line where the land darkened into brush and second growth. The silence that followed had a shape to it. Mara angry and embarrassed. Caleb sulking because he didn't understand the rule he had broken. Me trying to think of a version of events that left the orchard feeling like an orchard and not like a place something had visited because it knew it mattered to us. By that afternoon, there were no apples left on the lower limbs at all. The chickens went wrong 2 nights later. Dad kept a small coop beyond the side shed, not far from the edge of the lower field, where the morning sun reached earliest and the drainage stayed mostly decent. He didn't keep many anymore. 6 hens, sometimes 8, enough for eggs and the stubborn satisfaction of still producing something for himself. The coop was simple but solid, fox-proof if latched, raccoon-proof if you respected the hardware. I had helped him reinforce it myself after I came back, replacing warped boards and tightening the run wire where winter had started loosening old staples. That morning, he was already outside when I came from the house, standing near the coop with his shoulders set in that grim, level way I was starting to hate. 2 hens were missing entirely. One section of wire had been bowed outward, not torn or ripped through, but pressed enough to distort the square pattern where the staples held. There were feathers caught in it, but not the wild, explosive scatter you get from a fox hit. Foxes are quick and purposeful. They leave panic behind. Raccoons make a meaner kind of mess, bloodier around the head and neck, bits left where they lose interest or get interrupted. This wasn't like either. A 3rd hen lay near the coop door. Not eaten, not properly, just broken. One wing bent under itself, neck twisted enough to tell me not to touch it until I was ready. Breastbone crushed inward so the body had a flattened look that made me think, irrationally and all at once, of roadkill set back upright. There was some damage at the abdomen, but not enough to explain why the bird had been left there in full sight of the yard. The feathers around it were matted dark with mud and something else, and one eye had clouded already in that milky, casual way death can look when it has no reason to hide itself. Mara, who had come down with Caleb on their way to the truck, made a small, disgusted noise and turned the boy away before he could get too close. Duke, usually stupid brave about dead things, stopped 10 feet out and would not advance. He stood with his head low and lips drawn tight over his teeth, not growling, not barking, just refusing. I remember staring at the bird and feeling a shift happen in me. Not a big dramatic revelation, just the hardening of a thought that had been trying to form ever since the calf. The missing matters, yes, but the leaving mattered too. The orchard, the stall, now this. Every time something vanished, something else was arranged where eyes would land on it. Not hidden, shown. I said that much, not fully realizing I was saying it aloud until Dad answered. "A hungry animal takes," he said. He was looking at the dead hen, but in the same way he had looked at the calf stall. Not as if he were discovering the scene, but as if he were recognizing a pattern he'd once hoped was finished with him. "This kind of thing shows you." Mara looked at him sharply. "What is that supposed to mean?" He bent, picked the bird up by the legs, and did not answer. There are some silences in families that are passive, habits of avoidance built over years. This one was active, defended. I could feel it in the way Mara's jaw tightened, in the way I found myself wanting to demand a plain answer and already knowing I would not get one.
Dad carried the hen toward the burn barrel behind the shed instead of toward the trash. Caleb watched him go with his face pinched in discomfort, not just from the dead bird, but from the adult current moving under everything now. Children recognize when the room has shifted, even if they can't name what into. That day I started noticing how often signs appeared in the places we already looked. Barn aisle, trailer steps, coop door, orchard edge. Not random points in the woods, not hidden dens or back corners. Places linked to entry, food, shelter, routine. Places meant to be seen.
The first whistle came late enough that I had almost started believing daylight could still protect us. Mara was on her porch smoking after Caleb had gone down. I had walked over with a cup of coffee, because sleep had become the sort of thing you pretend you'll try later. The night was cold and still, the kind of still that makes sound travel in strange, intimate ways. Somewhere down near the road, a truck had passed 10 minutes earlier. And after that, there had been nothing but the occasional soft bump from the mobile home settling, and the far-off, unplaceable shifting that always comes from fields after dark. Duke lay beside Mara's plastic chair with his head on his paws, looking half asleep. We talked low, mostly about practical things, because practical things were still easier than the other subject. School pickup, heat bill, whether she should move the boy into the back room because the front end of the trailer cooled faster, whether Dad had always been this impossible or if grief had sharpened him into a different man. Mara laughed once or twice, but there was strain under it. She had stopped mocking the family rules after the orchard and the chickens, yet she still spoke as if one more normal explanation might save her the humiliation of taking any of it seriously. Then from the ridge came a whistle. Long, clean enough at first that every muscle in me reacted the same way it would have if a stranger had suddenly stepped onto the porch behind us and put breath to his teeth. It rose thin through the dark and held there, carrying over the hollow in a way no coyote or nightbird ever had. Human enough to turn the stomach, too human not to. Mara's cigarette paused halfway to her mouth. Duke's head came up so hard his ears slapped back. The whistle ended without trailing off, as if whatever had made it simply decided to stop. For maybe 3 seconds, nobody moved. Then a second whistle came. Shorter this time. Closer, or sounding closer. Wrong in a way the first had only hinted at. The pitch broke in the middle, not like a person missing the note, but like the mouth shaping it did not understand the mechanics and was imitating from memory alone. It had a wet, uneven quality to it at the end that turned my insides cold. Duke exploded backward, not forward, back. So violently, he slammed into the leg of the plastic chair and sent it skidding sideways across the porch. Mara shouted. The cigarette flew from her hand. Duke's nails tore at the boards as he scrambled for the trailer door, body low, eyes fixed on the dark beyond the yard. "Inside," I snapped, already grabbing the handle. This time Mara did not argue. She was pale in the weak porch light, mouth parted, all the color drained out of the tough, irritated mask she had been wearing since moving back. We got through the door in one ugly rush of shoulders and fear and dog, and I locked it before I even thought to look through the window. We stood there in the little living room, breathing hard, listening. No third whistle came. No knock followed. Just the heater kicking on beneath the floor, and Duke pressing himself against the wall so tightly it looked like he wanted to disappear into it. Mara stared at the curtained window for a long moment before she said, very softly and without any of the old sarcasm left in her voice, "All right." I looked at her. She swallowed once and kept her eyes on the dark outside the glass.
I'm done laughing about the rules. 2.3. The Deer at the Steps. Mara texted me at 1:57 in the morning. Something is outside. A second message came before I could answer. It's walking around the trailer, slow. Not a dog. I was out of bed before the screen dimmed. The house was cold in that deep night way country houses get when the heat has cycled down and every room feels slightly abandoned. I pulled on jeans, stepped into my boots without socks, and crossed the hall with my phone still in my hand. Dad was already awake. I could see his bedroom door open and the hall light cutting across the floor. He came out carrying the old Marlin like he had not needed time to decide whether this was serious. "Mara?" he said. I held up the phone. He did not ask anything else. He just reached for his coat. Outside, the cold hit hard enough to tighten my teeth. The yard was washed in that weak, colorless moonlight that makes every familiar object look flatter and farther away than it ought to. The mobile home sat beyond the orchard rise, with one dim porch bulb burning over the steps, a pale square against the dark. Behind it, the tree line pressed close and black as shut water. Mara did not text again. That bothered me more than if she had sent 10 messages. It meant she was listening. We crossed the yard without talking. Gravel clicked under our boots. Somewhere off toward the lower field, a cow shifted and blew softly through its nose, then went still again. The rest of the night had that sealed quality I was beginning to dread, the sense that all the ordinary noises had gone, waiting somewhere just beyond hearing. About halfway to the trailer, I heard it. Not footsteps exactly. That was the first thing my mind tried to call it, because that was the closest familiar word, but it wasn't right. Footsteps have rhythm. Even careful human walking carries a natural rise and fall, a confidence in where the body ends and the ground begins. This sound had none of that. It came from the far side of the trailer, out of sight from where we approached, and it moved in a slow circle around the skirting, with a horrible, patient consistency. Weight set down. A faint scrape. Then another placement of weight. Then the same scrape again. Not quick. Not stumbling. Deliberate. As if something heavy was pacing while keeping part of itself close to the ground. Dad stopped so abruptly I nearly walked into him. We listened. The sound continued around the back corner of the trailer, disappeared for 2 beats, then returned on the other side. Not brushing through grass, not nails clicking like a dog, not the loose shuffle of a drunk or the uncertain movement of a trespasser trying not to be caught. It was slower than that, more careful. It sounded like inspection. A porch board creaked from inside the trailer. Mara, maybe shifting her weight near the door. Then stillness again. Dad raised the rifle slightly and called, low but clear. "Whoever's out here, you best answer." Nothing answered. The pacing stopped. For a moment, the silence was so complete, I thought maybe the thing, whatever it was, had simply vanished between one heartbeat and the next. Then Duke gave a muffled, strangled bark from inside the trailer. Not the full, chesty explosion of a dog guarding his home, but one short burst, cut off almost immediately. The kind of sound an animal makes when fear gets there first. We moved in then. Dad angled left toward the trailer's front steps. I cut right with the flashlight and my father's spare revolver, trying to catch any movement along the skirting or under the frame. My beam shook a little despite myself. White vinyl siding, rust on the lower trim, plastic lawn chair tipped against the railing. Wet grass flattened where Mara's boy liked to kick a ball around in the afternoons. Nothing moving. Nothing standing there waiting to be lit up and explained. At the foot of the steps, the ground had gone to mud from the previous rain, and it was disturbed enough to stop me cold. Not trampled, not churned by a pair of boots. The top layer had been pressed and smeared in long, uneven patches, as if something large had shifted its weight there repeatedly while turning in place. There were impressions, but none clean enough to call tracks. One deeper hollow near the bottom step looked almost like the set-down point of a heel, except it was too long and too narrow, and the edge beside it had been dragged through by something that left a faint, hooked scrape. Dad swept his light once across the yard, once toward the orchard, then lowered it toward the steps. That was when we saw what had been left there. At first, my mind refused the shape because it was too wrong in too ordinary a place. It was a young deer, or what remained of one, laid at the foot of Mara's trailer steps as neatly as if someone had carried it there and set it down. Not tossed, not dragged up haphazardly. Positioned. Its body was folded awkwardly on its side, with the legs drawn in under it. The posture almost restful from a distance, until the details began separating themselves out under the flashlight beam. One eye socket was empty, dark and hollow in the cold light. The jaw on one side had been broken or split badly enough to leave the lower line of the face shifted wrong. Fur along the neck and shoulder was slicked flat with mud and dried blood, clotted dark in places and stiff where it had dried into the hair. The flank showed signs of tearing, but not the ravaged look of a fresh predator kill. It looked handled, disturbed, left in a state that was somehow more unsettling than open violence would have been, because the body retained enough of its original shape to keep reminding you what it had been only hours earlier. For a second, I only stared. The porch bulb gave the deer's coat a dull, washed-out sheen. Mud had dried in ridges along its side. One foreleg bent at an angle that made my stomach tighten. The smell reached us a moment later, not overwhelming at first, just a close, animal damp threaded with old blood and wet leaves. Then I saw the strip of cloth. It was tied around one of the rear legs, faded red and darkened by dirt, twisted into a narrow knot that looked too deliberate to be accidental and too careful to belong to any natural thing that had happened in the woods. It wasn't bright enough to read as fresh ribbon. It looked old, weathered, as if it had been worn or hung somewhere before this and now had been moved. The sight of that cloth changed my father more than the deer itself. Until then, he had been rigid, watchful, armed. The moment his light touched the red strip, something in his face dropped open in a way I had never seen before. Not disgust, not simple alarm, but immediate recognition edged with terror. He took one step back from the bottom stair, like the thing might still be alive enough to reach for him. "Mara," he said without taking his eyes off it. "Keep Caleb inside." Her voice came small through the closed door.
"What is it?"
"Inside," he repeated, sharper now. "And don't open this door again tonight." I crouched because part of me still wanted it to become something understandable if I looked hard enough. A poacher's joke. A sick prank. Some local cruelty dressed up in old country trimmings. But the closer I got, the less human the staging felt. There was no practical reason to leave it there. No message anyone sane would choose. The steps to a child's trailer. The cloth tied in place instead of dropped nearby. The body facing outward, almost as if it had been arranged to meet the first flashlight beam head-on. "This wasn't an animal," I said. Dad did not answer that. He tore his eyes from the deer just long enough to look toward the orchard,
and the black timber beyond it. Not searching wildly, listening, measuring distance. Then he said, in a voice so controlled it frightened me more than if he had shouted, "Get a shovel. You bury it before sunrise." I looked at him. "Bury it?" "Yes." "We should at least—" "Before sunrise," he said again. The words landed with the force of an old rule, not a suggestion. He did not say, "Call the sheriff." He did not say, "Take a picture." He did not say, "Wait for morning and let daylight inspect the thing for us." He wanted it in the ground before dawn touched it, and from the look in his eyes, I knew that arguing there on the steps, with that ruined shape at our feet and Mara silent behind the trailer door, would get me nothing. So I fetched the shovel from the shed while Dad stood watch in the yard with the rifle and his face turned toward the trees. I buried it near the edge of the lower field, where the ground was soft enough to turn in the dark. The work felt both absurd and horribly intimate. Every lift of dirt seemed louder than it should have been. The deer's body had stiffened just enough to make handling awkward, and I kept trying not to touch the cloth even as I lowered it into the shallow grave. The moon kept slipping behind cloud. Once, halfway through filling the hole, I looked up and saw Dad standing 30 yards off by the fence line, not watching me at all. He was watching the ridge. By the time the hole was covered over, the eastern sky had only barely begun to think about light. I leaned on the shovel handle, cold sweat drying under my shirt despite the night air, and asked the question I had been carrying since the trailer steps. What does the red cloth mean? Dad did not answer immediately. He came over at last, boots sinking softly in the turned earth at the edge of the grave, and looked down at the patch of fresh dirt as if he were reading something there instead of merely seeing where I had finished the work. For a few seconds I thought he would refuse me again, shut the subject down the way he always had, hide behind that hard, old country instinct to leave the dark unnamed. Instead, he said, very quietly, "It leaves a marker when it wants something remembered." I waited for more. Nothing came. The sentence sat in the cold air between us with the shape of folklore and the weight of confession. A marker. The kind of phrase you could almost laugh off in daylight if you had not just spent the last half hour burying a deer left like an offering at the bottom of a child's steps. I told myself that was all he meant, that this was old mountain language for a warning, some inherited belief about signs and bad luck and not much else. The same kind of talk that produced all the other rules nobody would explain straight. But his face was wrong when he said it. Not dreamy, not superstitious. He looked like a man repeating something he had once learned the hard way and had hoped never to say aloud again. He walked back to the house without another word. I stood a minute longer by the grave, staring at the smooth patch of dirt. Dawn had not yet broken, but the blackness had thinned enough to give the field a flat, lead-colored outline. The wind had not picked up, no bird called, nothing moved at the tree line. If there was comfort in that, I could not feel it. When morning fully came, I went back. Part of me expected to feel foolish in daylight, to see the grave in ordinary sun and realize the whole thing had gathered too much power from the hour it happened in. Maybe the cloth would seem less ominous in memory. Maybe Dad's line about a marker would shrink back into the category of old local sayings people use when they don't have proper answers. The lower field was bright with frost. Every blade of grass wore white along one edge. The sky had gone thin blue, clean and cold, and from the house came the ordinary clatter of breakfast moving along without me. I walked to the burial spot with my coffee in one hand, still half thinking I was coming out to prove something to myself. I knew something was wrong before I reached it. The patch of dirt I had leveled over in the dark was no longer smooth. The top had been disturbed in a rough oval, not dug open all the way, but worked at enough to break the crust and show darker soil beneath. A few loose clods lay to one side. The earth near the head end had been pressed down again by weight or kneeling or something harder to name. There were no clean tracks around it, only smeared places where the frost had been muddied and then frozen again. I stood there a long moment, coffee cooling in my hand. Then I saw it. The grave had not been opened enough to expose the body, but the strip of red cloth was gone. Nothing else about the shallow mound suggested a scavenger had come in the night. No wild digging, no torn-up soil, no signs of an animal trying to get meat out of the ground. Only that disturbed patch, careful in its own ugly way, and the one missing thing I knew had been there when I covered it. I looked up at the ridge without meaning to. The woods stood dark and still above the field, giving nothing back. And for the first time since coming home, I understood that whatever was moving around our land was not simply leaving signs behind. It was keeping track of its own. Chapter 3. Caleb sees what adults refuse. The first time Caleb said it, he was sitting cross-legged on the living room floor of the trailer with a bowl of dry cereal in his lap, watching some loud cartoon on his tablet and not sounding frightened at all. That was part of what made it land so badly. Children can say terrible things in dramatic voices, and adults will often write them off as imagination, attention-seeking, some little half-formed attempt at performance. But when a child says something strange in the same tone he might use to tell you there's a squirrel on the fence or that he found a marble under the couch, there's nowhere easy for your mind to put it. The calm makes it worse. It strips away the cushion of theatrics. I had come over that afternoon to help Mara with a space heater that kept tripping the breaker in the back half of the trailer. The weather had turned mean in the way Kentucky winters sometimes do overnight. Gray sky all day. Wet cold that got into the walls. The sort of damp that made every room smell a little more strongly of dust, vinyl, laundry soap, dog, whatever else a place was made of. Caleb was supposed to be doing homework at the folding table under the front window, but the pencil had drifted off to one side and the tablet had somehow materialized in its place, which was about as much discipline as you can expect from an 8-year-old with adults too distracted to enforce it. I was kneeling by the outlet under the back wall with a screwdriver in one hand when he said, without looking up from the screen, "He was there again this morning." Mara was at the sink rinsing a mug. "Who?" "The tall man." The water kept running for 1 second too long. Then she shut it off. "What tall man?" she asked. And even before he answered, I heard the strain in her voice. Caleb shrugged, still not treating it like anything important. "The one behind the apple trees." I had my hand inside the open faceplate by then, but I stopped moving. Not enough to call attention to it, just enough that the little sounds in the trailer suddenly seemed very separate from one another. The hum of the heater, the faint hiss from the kitchen tap, Duke shifting somewhere under the table. Mara dried her hands too hard on a dish towel. "There is no tall man behind the apple trees. There is in the morning sometimes. Caleb." He finally looked up, not scared, just mildly confused that she wanted clarification on something he seemed to think was already established. "He stands by the old tree," he said, "the split one. And when I look out, he leans sideways." My throat had gone dry without my permission. "Leans sideways how?" I asked. Caleb held one hand up near his face and tipped it around an imaginary edge with a child's easy precision. "Like this, so he can look around the trunk."
The image hit me with far more force than I let show. Not just a person standing among the orchard trees. A figure partly concealed, bending at an angle to peer around bark. Watching, but not stepping out. The kind of posture that should have felt theatrical if described by an adult, and instead felt terribly specific, coming from a boy who still forgot to zip his coat. Mara turned on me immediately, as if my asking had somehow validated the whole thing. "Don't encourage him." "I'm not encouraging anything." "He says stuff like this because everybody keeps acting weird." Caleb frowned. "I'm not making it up." "No one said you were making it up. I'm saying you saw a shadow, or a branch, or somebody walking the lower line, and now you're—" "He knows our last name," Caleb said. The trailer went still. Even Duke, who had been licking one paw with deep concentration, lifted his head.
Mara's face changed first. Not to belief, not all the way, but to that raw, aggravated fear people get when reality starts pushing through the explanation they were trying to maintain. "What did you just say?" she asked. Caleb looked between us, now finally aware he had touched a wire he could not see. "I said he might be family." "Why would you think that?" "Because he knows our last name." His voice had gone smaller, not spooky, just careful. Child careful. The tone of someone trying to answer correctly after realizing the adults are upset for reasons that have nothing to do with him. I stood up too fast and bumped the side table with my knee. "When did he say that?" "He didn't say it like talking." Caleb frowned, searching for the right shape. "He just knew it." Mara cut in before I could ask another question. "That's enough." She didn't shout. I almost wish she had. The anger in her stayed pulled tight and low, the way people talk when they are trying very hard not to sound as afraid as they feel. "There is nobody out there," she said. "Nobody is watching you. And I don't want to hear another word about some tall man in the orchard. Do you understand me?" Caleb looked down at the cereal bowl in his lap. For a second, he was simply a little boy who had misjudged the room. That would have been easier. Easier than the hurt confusion on his face. Easier than the calm matter-of-factness he had started with. Easier than the certainty that he was not inventing this for fun, because fear becoming ordinary had already begun teaching him which truths were welcome and which were not. He nodded. Mara turned away from him and braced both hands on the counter. I wish I could say I comforted him then, or pressed harder, or did anything useful at all. But the truth is, I stood there in the stale, warm air of that trailer, feeling a pressure build behind my ribs that had less to do with what Caleb had said than with how natural it now felt for everyone to move around the unsaid things. That was the family habit. Always had been. Name just enough to obey, never enough to understand. The trouble with children is that once they've seen adults flinch at a thing, they don't stop seeing it. They either stop telling you, or they start noticing more. Within a few days, Caleb was sleeping badly enough that Mara looked worse than he did. I started hearing about it in pieces. She would mention he'd come into her room at 3 a.m. and climb in beside her without waking her first. Or that he'd been up before dawn watching cartoons because he said he was already awake anyway. Or that Duke had started insisting on lying outside Caleb's room at night. Not in his usual lazy sprawl, but pressed up against the wall, ears twitching at every shift in the trailer. Then one evening, I was over there fixing a cabinet hinge when Caleb appeared in the hallway with his blanket dragging behind him and said, in the same plain voice he used for everything else, "He taps under my room." Mara closed her eyes for a second before answering. "Who?" "The man outside." She set the dish she was drying down too hard on the counter.
There is nobody outside. He taps the wall. Caleb pointed toward the bedroom at the trailer's far end. Down low, like this. He knocked twice on the wood trim with one knuckle. Not loud, just enough to make the sound precise. My whole body tightened. Every night? I asked before I could stop myself. Caleb nodded. Not all night, just sometimes. And sometimes it's under the floor. Mara wheeled on me.
Will you stop doing that? Doing what? Looking at him like that. Like this is real. The argument was already there before either of us admitted it. I could feel it rising through the trailer in the silences between our words. Caleb stood in the hall holding his blanket, trying not to become the center of it. Duke was at his feet by then, not wagging, not playful, just standing there with his head level and his eyes turned toward the bedroom end of the trailer. Later that night, after Mara had sent Caleb to bed with a little too much force disguised as routine, I found a picture on the table by the couch. Crayon on printer paper. The kind of drawing adults usually glance at and praise without really seeing. I saw this one. A tree took up most of the page. Brown trunk, green crown, roots like fingers at the bottom. Beside it, or maybe behind it, depending how you read the angle, was a long shape in black and gray. Not fully human, not fully not. One arm wrapped around the trunk from the far side. One eye showed around the edge. A single pale circle with a dark center. The rest of the face stayed hidden. I picked it up and felt something cold move through me. The arm was wrong. Not because it was monstrous in any dramatic sense. Children exaggerate all the time. But he had drawn it high, much too high. The hand curved around the trunk at a point that, when I looked out the front window toward the split apple tree in the orchard, made no physical sense unless the thing hiding there was either far taller than a man or holding itself in some posture I did not want to imagine clearly. The drawing had the accidental honesty of childhood observation. He had not stylized it into a monster. He had simply put the hand where he thought the hand belonged. That frightened me more than the deer, more than the whistles, more than anything I had personally heard at that point. Because it was so specific. Because it came without performance. Because if a grown man had described a shape peering from around a tree, I could have distrusted his nerves, his memory, his appetite for storytelling. A child drawing what he thinks he saw has no need for flourish. He just places the eye where the eye was and the hand where the hand went. I folded the paper once and set it back exactly where I found it. The next morning, Mara was on the phone before coffee. I knew by the clipped way she was talking that she had already worked herself into the part of fear where action feels like the only alternative to humiliation. She was in the kitchen of the main house because Dad's reception was better there. One hand pressed against her forehead, the other gripping her phone so hard her knuckles had gone pale. "Yes, wildlife control, sheriff, I don't care which first," she said when she saw me. "Somebody needs to come out here." Dad was at the table with both hands around a mug he wasn't drinking from. "No," he said. Mara turned toward him like she hadn't heard right. "No?" "No outsiders." She gave a short, unbelieving laugh. "You don't get to say that." "It stirs things up." The sentence hung there for half a second, too bare and too revealing to take back. My father realized it the moment he said it. I could see him closing up again behind his face, retreating to that hard old silence he used when truth had slipped out farther than he meant. Mara stared at him. "What does that even mean?" He set the mug down carefully. "It means if somebody comes tromping through these woods with trucks and lights and questions, All they'll do is make matters worse.
For who? Us?
For everybody. It was such a ridiculous answer on its surface that anger got to me before fear did.
Everybody? I said. What everybody, Dad? You want to explain that?
He didn't look at me. That was the most infuriating part. He kept his eyes on the tabletop, like the grain in the wood was a more honest conversation than his own son and daughter. The sheriff won't help you with this. You don't know that. I know more than you do. There it was, the old family poison. Not the woods, not the sounds, not even the thing Caleb claimed to see behind the orchard. The deeper damage was this: knowledge hoarded until it curdled into authority, rules enforced without context, fear inherited through silence until every generation grew up angrier than the last and no better protected. Mara's voice sharpened. My son is not sleeping. Something is outside my trailer at night. We found that deer on my steps, and you're telling me to do nothing because you've got one of your hill country secrets? Dad looked up then, finally, and there was exhaustion in his face along with the fear. I'm telling you, people from outside won't understand what they're looking at. Neither do we, I snapped. That shut the room down. For a second, nobody spoke. The weather radio muttered static from the counter. Outside, somewhere beyond the porch, a gate chain knocked softly in the wind. I realized in that moment that my resentment toward my father had moved beyond irritation. It had become something uglier. I was beginning to understand that whatever was happening in those woods had not started with us. Not with the whistles, not with the calf, not with the deer, not even with Caleb at the window. It had a history. Our history. And my father had spent years, maybe decades, carrying it like a private burden rather than a family truth. That kind of secrecy doesn't protect people. It trains them. It teaches children to recognize rules before reasons. It teaches grown sons to mistake ignorance for safety. It teaches daughters to laugh at danger until danger reaches the front steps. The thing outside had become terrifying, yes, but inside the kitchen that morning, what frightened me just as much was the shape of the inheritance itself. The woods were no longer the only pressure on the family. Silence was. 3.2. The Night Voice. That night, Dad decided we were sitting the barn. He did not announce it like a man making a dramatic choice. He said it the same way he might have said we needed to bring the mineral tub down to the lower field before the ground froze harder. Matter of fact. Already settled in his head before anybody else heard it. After supper, he checked the latch on the mudroom door, poured coffee into an old green thermos that had belonged to my grandfather, and laid the marlin across the kitchen table while he buttoned his coat. He didn't ask whether I was coming. He only looked at me once, and that was enough. The calving shed stood dark except for the wash of the yard floodlight and the weak orange spill from one bulb near the side entrance. We did not sit inside the stall. David wanted a line of sight on the doors, the lower lot, and the field running off toward the orchard and the ridge beyond. So we took up on two old metal chairs against the barn wall beneath the lean-to, half sheltered from the damp and half exposed to the night. It was cold enough that the coffee steamed in the thermos cup each time one of us poured. The air smelled of wet hay, old manure, diesel, and the iron tang of weather turning mean again. Nothing about the setup felt theatrical from the inside of it. That is one thing city people never seem to understand about fear in rural places. It rarely arrives with spectacle. Mostly, it happens beside chores, beside equipment, beside weather. You sit in a jacket that still smells faintly of gasoline and livestock feed, holding coffee from a thermos with a cracked lid, and your whole life stays ordinary, right up until it doesn't. Dad smoked while we watched. He had mostly quit years earlier, at least according to my mother and his doctor. But stress had a way of finding old permissions in him. He cupped each cigarette in one hand so the cherry didn't flare bright and visible in the dark. And when he drew on it, the red tip glowed against his knuckles for a second and then went dim again. I remember that detail vividly, the little ember hidden in his palm, because it gave me something small to look at besides the field, besides the dark. The floodlight hummed softly from the barn corner, one of those old sodium fixtures that never sounded healthy even when they worked perfectly. Wet boards in the lean-to ticked as the cold settled deeper into them. Somewhere inside the main barn, a cow shifted her weight, and the chains along one gate gave a dull jolt. A drip kept falling from the eave into a puddle near the concrete lip of the aisle, slow and maddeningly regular. Once every few minutes, wind moved low through the pasture and touched the grass just enough to sound like something stepping where nothing stood. Dad kept his eyes mostly on the field. I tried to do the same, but every time I let my gaze drift too close to the tree line, I felt that same tightening in my throat I'd been living with since the deer at the steps. The orchard sat as a darker patch before the woods, its bent old limbs making the edge of the property look crowded and watchful, even in stillness. Beyond that rose the ridge, black against a clouded sky, too familiar to be scenic and too large to ignore. Duke lasted all of 4 minutes outside with us. He followed me from the house in stubborn silence, chest out as if he meant to prove something to the rest of us, and maybe to himself. He made it to the open yard, then slowed, then stopped dead with his body angled toward the barn. I turned and saw his ears pitch forward. Not at the shed, past it, toward the dark under the orchard where the floodlight lost its reach. The fur along his spine crept up. "Come on," I said softly. He took one reluctant step, then another backward. When Dad opened the mudroom door and jerked his head once, Duke did not need telling twice. He broke for the house low and fast and disappeared inside without even the performative hesitation of a dog trying to save face. Dad watched him go and said nothing. That was somehow worse than if he'd cursed or mocked the animal. Silence from him had started carrying the weight of acknowledgement. Every missing word made room for one more thing he already knew and would not explain. So we sat there, coffee cooling fast in the cup, the marlin across Dad's knees, my own flashlight off to preserve the dark in front of us. Smoke from his cigarettes lifting in thin gray ribbons that vanished almost as soon as they reached the floodlight's edge. Time stretched strangely in that kind of watchfulness. 10 minutes could feel like 40. Every ordinary little sound from the property arrived sharpened by waiting, and then passed, leaving the silence behind it more noticeable than before. I don't know how long we'd been there when the night changed. Not with a sound at first, with a subtraction. The drip from the eave kept falling, but the rest of the ambient world seemed to pull back a step all at once. No distant insect rasp, no shifting from the cattle. Even the low wind that had been brushing the grass from time to time seemed to flatten out and hold. I felt the change before I consciously recognized it. The way you can feel a power outage in a building half a second before the lights go, because the hum leaves the walls. Dad straightened slightly in his chair. Then from the tree line came a woman's voice. Soft at first, so soft I nearly convinced myself it had been memory rising at the wrong moment.
some trick of exhaustion in the dark. It came from the direction of the orchard, or just beyond it. Low, and close enough to feel private rather than loud. The tone wasn't frightened, wasn't calling for help, wasn't even urgent. It was intimate in the worst possible way, like someone speaking from the edge of a doorway so as not to wake the rest of the house. My father's name. Just his first name, nothing else. Every hair on my arms stood up so violently it hurt. Goose flesh ran over my neck and down my back in one hard wave. The coffee in my stomach turned instantly sour. For a second, the yard seemed to narrow at the edges, my hearing tunneling so sharply that the hum of the floodlight became one long metallic wire through my skull. Dad did not move right away. He became perfectly still in a way I had only ever seen in animals right before flight or attack. The cigarette in his hand burned on, forgotten between two fingers. I watched his face as the meaning reached him, and the color drained out of it so fast it looked like the light itself had changed. Because I knew that voice too. Not perfectly, not in the exact shape memory preserves when you sit and think of the dead. More like hearing a song played badly on the right instrument. The notes were there, the timbre was there, the tenderness was there. It was my mother's voice, or close enough to make that distinction useless. I must have made some sound because Dad half rose from his chair and I saw his jaw clench so hard the muscles leapt. Then the voice came again from the trees. His name. A little clearer this time. Still not loud. Still almost affectionate. The same cadence my mother used to call him in from the porch when supper was ready, or ask him to bring wood up before the rain came in. I think that was the moment my fear crossed from dread into something closer to bodily revolt. I wanted to throw up. My hands had gone cold and weak at once, the flashlight almost slipping in my grip. There is a specific terror in hearing the dead returned inaccurately. Not dramatically, not as a scream, but in a familiar domestic register that should have belonged to kitchens, hallways, years that cannot happen again. Dad stood so abruptly the chair went over backward behind him, with a metallic crack that made me flinch. "Don't," I heard myself say, though I don't know whether I meant don't answer, or don't move, or don't believe it. He didn't answer me. The voice came a third time. His name again, but wrong at the end now, just slightly, just enough. The final consonant stretched too long, or the mouth shaping it closed half a beat too late, turning the familiar syllable into something copied rather than spoken. It sounded as if whatever was making the voice understood the sound it wanted, but not the flesh mechanics required to finish it cleanly. That tiny distortion was the worst part. If it had been a crude imitation, I could have rejected it outright. If it had been perfect, I might have broken under it. But the almost rightness of it reached straight through reason and laid hold of something older. It made me understand, in the marrow sense rather than the logical one, that there was intelligence in the trees. Attention. Experiment. Dad had the rifle up by then. I followed his line of sight and saw nothing at first except the orchard and the dark timber beyond it, the whole edge of the property flattened into bands of black and silver under the weak moon and floodlight spill. The tipped chair lay beside us on the wet boards. The cigarette he had dropped smoldered near one boot. My own pulse was so loud in my ears that for a second I thought something was moving in the grass, when it was only the blood pounding behind my eyes. Then the motion light on the side of the shed snapped on. The beam washed hard across the lower edge of the orchard and struck the trees beyond it, turning the nearest trunks pale and the spaces between them blacker by contrast. And there, between two oaks at the edge of that sudden light, stood the figure. It was farther than the porch, closer than the ridge, close enough that all the lies I had been using on myself ran out at once. Very tall. That is the first and least useful thing I can say, because tall alone makes it sound merely human. This thing was tall in a proportionally wrong way. Too narrow through the waist and ribs, too broad through the shoulders, as if separate bodies had been argued into one outline without ever settling on terms. One arm was wrapped around the nearer oak at a height that felt instantly unnatural. Not impossible in the abstract, just wrong enough to make the eye refuse the measurement. The body stayed mostly behind the trunk. The head leaned just far enough around to show part of the face, and one pale eye reflecting the motion light back like an animal's, though not like any animal I knew. Reddish-brown hair or fur hung off it in dark, wet-looking clumps. The whole figure seemed matted in places, as if mud or old rain had dried into it and never quite let go. It was not charging. That was what made the sight so much worse. It wasn't in motion at all. It was simply there, looking toward the house as if it had every right to be, watching us the way a person might watch a lit window from a yard they had visited before. Dad fired. The shot went off so loud under the lean-to roof it seemed to hit me in the chest instead of my ears. The muzzle flash lit the wet boards and the shed wall, and for an instant I lost the shape completely. Then, in the afterimage of recoil and light, I saw the figure jerk violently backward behind the tree. Branches thrashed once. Something big struck brush further in. Then darkness took the place back over. I stood there with the smell of gunpowder in the damp air, and my body still trying to catch up to what my eyes had seen. Dad did not lower the rifle for several seconds. When he finally did, he was breathing hard enough that I could hear it. "You hit it," I said, though my voice came out thin and far away. He didn't answer the way I expected. No relief, no curse of triumph, no hard old man satisfaction at having finally put a bullet where one belonged. Instead, he kept staring at the tree line, face gone white in the motion light, and said in a horrified whisper I barely heard over the ringing in my ears, "It never came this close before." 3.3. The cost of hearing it. The shot changed the family before it changed anything else. Dad and I came back to the house with the smell of burnt powder still on our coats, and the kind of silence that follows an event too large to fit into ordinary speech. The yard looked exactly the same as it had an hour earlier. Gravel damp with frost, porch light throwing its weak cone over the steps, the lower field falling away into black. That sameness made everything worse. There should have been some visible split in the night after what had happened. A torn place. A sign. Instead, the property sat there in its usual shape, as if the world itself intended to deny us the comfort of visible evidence. Mara was waiting in the kitchen in her robe, eyes bright and wet, arms folded so hard across her chest they looked locked there. Caleb stood half behind her, one hand gripping the belt tie hanging from her side. Duke pressed close to his leg, no sound in him at all. "Well?" Mara demanded. Dad went straight to the mudroom without answering. He set the Marlin on the workbench, opened the ammo tin, and began checking the remaining cartridges with slow, exact movements that looked calmer than they were. He did not ask whether everyone was all right. He did not explain what we had seen. He did not say whether he thought he had hit it. He just counted ammunition like a man holding on to the last practical task left available to him. I said, "There was something at the tree line." Mara laughed once, short and sharp and very near breaking. "Something? That's what we're calling it now?" "It was there," I said. "He fired at it."
Did he hit it?
I don't know. Dad slid another cartridge between his fingers and said without looking up, I hit something. Mara started crying then, which would have been easier to bear if the tears had come clean. But she was furious under them, and fear sharpened everything she said into something harder than panic.
This is insane, she said. This is completely insane. There is something outside my home. My son heard it. I heard it. Now you've shot at it, and you still won't tell me what you think it is.
Dad closed the ammo tin. I told you enough.
No, you told us nothing.
She wiped at her face angrily with the heel of her hand. You keep acting like there are rules, like there's history, like you know what all this means, and all you do is bark orders and expect us to obey them. Caleb had gone very still by then. That was what I noticed most. He had stopped asking questions, stopped fidgeting, stopped doing what children usually do when adults are raised and strained around them. He just stood there with his eyes on the floor and his hand in Duke's collar, listening. It was the first time since Mara had moved back that I had seen him truly quiet, and it struck me with a force none of the shouting did. Fear had finally found its shape in him. I wanted to go after it right then. The impulse came up hot and stupid and almost irresistible. We had a shot, maybe a blood trail, maybe tracks while the thing's path was fresh. Every practical part of me that hated being cornered by the unknown wanted to put on another jacket, take lights and rifles, and follow whatever had retreated into the trees before darkness and cold could cover its sign. The idea had the bright simplicity of anger, which is one reason anger so often feels useful even when it is not. We should go now, I said. If you hit it, we may still be able to find where it ran. Dad looked at me as if I had suggested walking into deep water with rocks in my pockets. No. We can't just sit here. We are not going into those woods tonight. Then when? When there is light. His voice had that final granite quality in it that I had hated since childhood. The tone that meant he was not debating anymore, only enduring the fact that others were still speaking. Normally, that would have made me push harder just on principle. But there was something in his face then I had not seen before. Not only fear, and not only age. Recognition. He looked like a man watching a known mistake take shape in someone else's mouth. Mara said, low and venomous, "You don't get to keep secrets and call that protection." Dad did not answer her. He sat in the kitchen all night after that, with the rifle within reach and the box of ammunition open beside him. Once or twice I dozed in the chair across from him and woke to find him in exactly the same position, elbows on knees, eyes turned not toward any of us, but toward the curtained window over the sink. He never went to bed, never loosened, just checked the rifle once more before dawn, then rose without a word and pulled on his coat. We searched at first light. Morning came low and gray, the kind of dawn that seems to emerge from the ground rather than the sky. Frost sat silver in the grass, and the orchard looked even more skeletal than it had by motion light, each twisted branch precise and ugly against the washed-out horizon. I carried a flashlight anyway, because the undergrowth beyond the trees held shadow longer than the field. Dad took the rifle. Neither of us said much as we crossed the yard and went toward the place where the figure had stood. In daylight, I wanted it to become smaller. That is the humiliating hope a person carries after night terror, that morning will expose scale, reveal mistakes, return your senses to you by proving the world stayed ordinary when you were not looking carefully enough. Maybe the shape had been a trick of the motion light against bark and hanging vine. Maybe the thing Dad hit would resolve into a bear with mange, a trespasser in filthy clothes, some other ugly but human-sized answer. The first broken brush killed that hope. Behind the two oaks where the figure had stood, the understory had been forced apart by something heavy moving backward fast. Several saplings leaned at sharp angles, bark scraped fresh where weight or flesh had struck them. On the nearer oak, at a height I did not enjoy measuring with my own eye, the bark was scored deep by something that had raked across it under pressure. Not random clawing, not antler rub. The cuts were narrow and long, and sank farther into the trunk toward the end of each line. Dad crouched near the base and touched one scored patch with 2 fingers. "There," he said. Caught in a rough seam of bark was a small tuft of coarse, reddish hair. Not fur in the soft undercoat sense. Hair, or something closer to it. Stiff, wiry, and darker at the root than at the tip. I took it from him and rolled it between my fingers. It smelled faintly wrong even in the cold air, carrying that same wet, sour rankness we had found in the calf stall. Nearby, on another trunk, a dark smear stained the bark in a place where something large had brushed or struck it. Not enough to call blood with certainty. Too dark, too mixed with mud and tree moisture. But not something the forest had put there on its own. The smell was stronger back in among the trees. It sat low in the cold air, as if reluctant to rise. Wet hide, old rot, stirred up ground, and something stale beneath it. Mammal and den and damp all braided together. I kept trying to fit it to known things. Bear, maybe, though not one I had ever smelled. A man living wild, impossible as that felt. Some dead animal hidden nearby and made foul by the weather. But nothing matched. Every explanation I reached for either failed the sign on the trees, or failed the smell, or failed the way my own body reacted to standing there. The worst part was this. Daylight clarified the evidence but did not civilize it. If anything, the broken brush and the hair made the whole thing less dreamlike and therefore harder to bear. Something had stood there. Something had looked toward the house. Something had taken a bullet or a scrape and left sign behind. Yet the sign still resisted all the names I tried to force onto it. David pocketed the tuft of hair and stood up. "That's enough." I looked deeper into the timber, into the tangle where the ground rose toward the ridge. "You don't want to see where it went?" His jaw tightened. "Not yet." Not yet, like there would be a right time to follow it. Or maybe like he knew there never would be. The following evening, I lay awake in my old room listening to the house settle around me and trying not to count the ways the property no longer felt divided into safe and unsafe ground. That was the part the shot had changed most. Before, whatever moved out there had still belonged to the edge of things in my mind. The orchard, the ridge, the lower field, the space beyond the windows. Even when it left signs close in, some primitive part of me had kept the categories intact. House meant shelter. Barn meant work. Yard meant the human section of the land. After hearing my mother's voice from the tree line, after seeing the figure between the oaks, those boundaries had thinned to almost nothing. I didn't turn on the lamp. The room held that dim blue darkness cast by winter night through covered windows. Enough to outline the dresser, the chair in the corner, the coat hanging from the knob. Every old familiar object had taken on the strange neutrality things get after fear passes through a place. I could hear the central heat pushing weakly through the vent at the floor. Somewhere down the hall, a board gave its usual pop. The refrigerator in the kitchen clicked and hummed. Familiar house sounds, normally forgettable. I must have drifted near sleep for a while, because when the next sound came, it seemed to rise directly into my awareness instead of through it. Tap. I opened my eyes. At first, I thought branch. Then I remembered there were no branches near that side of the house. A few seconds passed. Tap. Not against the wall. Not at the window. Lower than that. Muffled slightly, as if coming through layered wood and old insulation. I held my breath and listened. The third tap came with the same measured spacing as the first two. Tap. From under the floorboards. I did not move. That is something I have gone back over in my mind more than once since then. Not with pride, and not really with shame either, but with the cold recognition of how quickly a body can decide obedience is safer than certainty. I did not get out of bed. I did not reach for the lamp. I did not go to the window or kneel to the vent or tell myself any sane story about pipes, foundation settling, or some animal under the crawl space. Because I knew those sounds by then. Not the wood itself, the intention in the spacing. 3 taps, slow, deliberate, meant to be heard. I lay there in the dark with my heartbeat pounding so hard it seemed to shake the mattress, and understood, with a clarity more frightening than surprise, that it was no longer staying at the edge of the property. It had come under the house. Chapter 4. Digging up what was hidden. I found the churned earth by accident, which is how the worst things usually turn up on family land. Not during a dramatic search, not at the height of panic. Just in the middle of some ordinary repair your hands remember how to do while your mind is elsewhere. A section of old fence had sagged behind the back side of the barn, where the ground sloped down toward a tangle of brush and volunteer cedar. It had been half collapsed for years, one of those jobs everybody noticed and nobody fixed because the cattle no longer pushed that side, and the property had bigger, louder needs elsewhere. That morning I was carrying a bucket of staples and a pair of fencing pliers, intending to do something useful, simply because useful tasks still made better company than my own thoughts. The cold had sharpened overnight. Frost held in the shaded places, while the open yard had gone to mud again under weak noon sun. Behind the barn, the ground stayed damp longer than it should have, because runoff from the roof always found the same low channel and worried at the soil until it softened. I stepped over the downed section of wire and saw at once that one patch of earth looked wrong. Not naturally wet, disturbed. The dirt had been churned up in an oval area, maybe 4 feet across, dark and loose against the surrounding crust. It did not look like hoof damage. Not enough print to call it a deer scrape or rooting sign from any animal I knew. The surface had that worked-over look of soil turned recently and then roughly pressed back down, as if something had opened it, pawed through it, and left in a hurry or in confidence. A few sticks lay snapped around the edge. One clump of dead grass had been flattened into the mud and then frozen in place. I stood there a moment, with the bucket hanging from one hand, and felt the same reluctant recognition I had been living with ever since the deer at Mara's steps. Our property had started to carry these pockets of wrongness in places that should have belonged to chores and routine. The barn aisle, the coop, the orchard. Now this little strip behind the fence where no one had reason to be after dark, and no one in their right mind would choose for a prank. I set the bucket down and crouched. The top layer came away soft beneath the edge of the pliers. Damp soil, black leaves, a smell of rot and cold clay rising together. I told myself I was checking for scavengers, maybe something buried by coyotes,
Maybe an old carcass the dogs had gotten into. The excuses still came automatically. I no longer believed them, but they came anyway, as if naming ordinary possibilities could delay the moment when evidence outran them. 3 inches down, I hit bone. Not large enough to be the whole answer. Just a pale curve in the dirt that my mind first read as branch, then as rib. I cleared around it with my gloved fingers and uncovered more. Deer rib bones by the look of them, stripped clean by time or weather, a small cluster layered at an angle that suggested they had not settled there naturally. Nearby lay fragments of something else, too splintered for me to identify on sight. I should have stopped then, gone for Dad, let someone else bring the next piece into the light. Instead, I kept digging. There was an old rusted tin in the soil beside the bones, a small rectangular box with one corner caved in and the lid half eaten through by corrosion. I brushed mud from it and recognized it only as human-made, something domestic and out of place among the leaf mold and rib fragments. It looked as if it had been buried there years ago and only recently dragged partway back into the open. I reached for it. That was when my knuckles struck something harder just beneath the loosened dirt on the far side of the hole. At first, I thought rock. Then the shape surfaced enough for the world to narrow around it. It was part of a skull. Small. Not infant small, not adult-sized either. A partial cranium with one side broken off and the upper curve intact enough that there was no pretending it belonged to anything else. Mud filled some of the interior hollows. One edge wore the pale smoothness of old bone, where weather or time had stripped it clean, while another side still held dark staining in the seams. I stared at it so long that my legs began to ache from crouching, and I did not feel it. The worst part was not the bone itself. It was the company it kept. Deer ribs, rusted keepsake tin, human remains all turned up together from one shallow pocket of ground behind the barn. Animal and family history, wildlife and memory, refuse and dead. The sight of them in one place made my stomach turn in a way blood never had. Blood belongs to moments. Bone belongs to time. And what lay in that churned patch of earth felt less like a grave than like an old secret that had been rooted through by something that did not understand or care where the categories ought to stay separate. I sat back on my heels and realized I was breathing through my mouth. There are images you can take in all at once and sort later. This was not one of them. It entered in fragments. The pale curve of bone, the rust stippled across the tin lid, damp dirt packed into every seam, a deer rib lying at the edge of the hole like some careless leftover from a cleaner story. My mind kept trying to make the pieces belong to different times, different places, different causes. But the ground had already made its own arrangement, and whatever had disturbed it last had done so with force enough to pull all of it into the same ugly light. I left the hole open and went for Dad. He came around the barn wiping his hands on a rag, annoyed at first for being interrupted, then not annoyed at all when he saw my face. He didn't ask what was wrong. He followed me in silence behind the fence line, and when he reached the churned patch, I saw recognition begin before he even knelt. He looked at the tin first. That told me more than anything he said. Most men, seeing a hole with mixed bone in it, would look to the skull or the ribs or the state of the earth. My father's eyes went straight to the rusted box half buried in the mud, and the expression that crossed his face was not the blank alarm of discovery. It was a private, pained kind of knowing. The look of someone meeting an object he had hoped the ground would keep forever. He bent carefully, set the rag aside,
and lifted the tin with both hands as though it were fragile enough to matter. The lid gave a little under his thumb, but did not open all the way. Rust had stitched parts of it shut. "What is it?" I asked. For a moment, I thought he would refuse me again, close himself behind that silence he had built into a profession over the years. Instead, he said, without taking his eyes off the box, "It was your mother's." The sentence struck oddly because the tin itself looked so ordinary. Just an old keepsake box, maybe once used for mints or sewing notions, something from a drawer rather than a shrine. He brushed more mud from the lid, and I saw what might once have been painted flowers there under the rust. "She buried things in it," he said, "years ago." "What things?" His jaw tightened. "Little things." He meant it as an answer, but it wasn't enough, and he knew it. The cold seemed sharper back there behind the barn. I could smell the opened earth now, damp and fungal and faintly sour. And beneath it something older, harder to isolate. Not the full rank smell from the calf stall, just a trace of it. Enough to remind me this hole had not uncovered itself. Dad swallowed once before he went on. After the miscarriage. The word altered the scene around us. Until then, the tin had been an object, a family artifact maybe, one more piece of buried history brought up where it did not belong. The moment he said miscarriage, it became intimate in the worst possible way. Not just lost property. Grief, chosen and hidden. Something my mother had placed in the ground herself, because there are pains people from these hills often bury literally when they don't know what else to do with them. A lock of hair, a hospital bracelet, a folded note, a tiny pair of knitted booties never used. I did not know what had been inside that tin, and my father did not say, but the fact of it was enough. She had come to this specific patch of earth behind the barn and trusted it with something private and broken. And now, something had dug through it. Not just soil, not random old ground. Memory. The realization made the skin between my shoulders go tight. This was no longer a pattern of livestock, outbuildings, and tree lines. Whatever moved around our property had begun disturbing places marked by family use and family hurt. The orchard where we had played, the trailer steps, the side barn where my mother once insisted new calves be brought in from bad weather. And now this hidden little grave of domestic sorrow my father had clearly helped her make. It was moving through known ground, through us. I looked back down at the hole. Deer ribs half exposed in the mud. The partial cranium pale against black soil. The tin resting in my father's hands, like an old wound taken out of storage. The scene had crossed over from eerie into desecrated, in a way that made me feel physically unsteady. "What is that doing here?" I asked, nodding toward the skull. Dad did not answer. "Dad?" He finally set the tin aside on the dead grass and rose too fast, as if kneeling near the opened ground had become intolerable. "We cover it back up," he said. "No." He looked at me then. "No," I said again, louder. "We do not just cover this back up." There are arguments that build in steps, and there are arguments already waiting whole inside a person, looking only for the right pressure point. Mine had been growing since the knocks, since the deer, since hearing my mother's voice from the orchard edge. What came out behind the barn was not only anger at him in that moment. It was every year of rules without reasons, every warning handed down like a commandment and never explained like a truth. "There are human remains in the ground," I said. "There is something on this property digging things up, taking livestock, leaving carcasses at a child's steps, and you're still acting like this is some family inconvenience we can manage if we just stay quiet enough. Dad's face hardened instantly, but not in the dismissive way I knew from growing up. Not irritated, not controlling for its own sake. There was panic under it now, raw enough to show. We are not calling the law. The hell we aren't. They won't help. How do you know? Because they won't understand what they're looking at. I laughed once, ugly and humorless. Neither do I, because you won't say it plain.
He stepped toward me then, close enough that I could smell coffee and old wool on him beneath the damp earth scent from the hole. If you bring deputies and search teams and people from outside onto this land after dark, he said, all you'll do is put more bodies in the way. The force of that sentence took the air out of me. Not because it sounded crazy, because it didn't. Not anymore. He said it like a man describing weather coming over a ridge he had watched his whole life. Not speculation, not folklore, a calculation. I looked at him and understood something I should probably have understood sooner. My father's silence had never come from ignorance. It had come from management. From years of trying to keep the thing unnamed, unprovoked, and at the margins. The rules, the curtains, the lights, the burying before dawn, the refusal to call outsiders. None of it had been superstition in the lazy sense I had always resented. It had been a system. Incomplete, terrible, and probably doomed, but a system all the same. He had not failed to tell us because he thought there was nothing to tell. He had failed because speaking it aloud might force a world of consequences he had spent years trying to contain. That realization did not make me less angry. It made me more frightened. Because if my father, who knew this land better than any map and had lived on it longer than I had been alive, was not trying to understand what hunted around us, but only to manage it, then somewhere along the way, he had already decided it could not be stopped in any clean, ordinary way. And that was worse than ignorance. It was experience. 4.2. The Story of Ray. Dad finally talked that night because whiskey got there before his pride did. Not enough to make him sentimental. He was never built for that. But enough to loosen whatever had kept the story wedged behind his teeth all those years. We were in the kitchen after dark, with the curtains drawn and the weather radio turned low. The bottle between us on the table where Mom used to keep a bowl of oranges in winter. The house had that stale, close feeling it got when fear had been living in it for a while. Every room seemed to be listening inward. Dad poured more than he usually did, and drank it faster than he usually would. He did not look at me much. He kept his eyes on the wood grain of the table or the black window over the sink, as if the story needed to be aimed somewhere that wasn't a person. When he finally started, his voice was flatter than I expected. Not performative, not confessional, just the voice of a man opening a door he had kept shut because nothing good had ever been on the other side. He said he was 17 the first time he followed the knocking up the ridge. 17. Stupid and angry in the ordinary way boys get angry when they feel fenced in by place, parents, and old warnings they don't respect. His cousin Ray was 18 and meaner about it than Dad had ever been. The kind of mountain boy who treated caution as a personal insult. The third was Dale, a little older, quiet, more follower than leader, but not quiet enough to stay home when the other two got the idea in their heads. They had heard the knocks for weeks that winter, Dad said. Not every night, but often enough for it to become a dare among them rather than a mystery. 3 from one ridge, sometimes 1 or 2 from another.
Sometimes only a single heavy strike from somewhere above the family land after dark. Enough to send the dogs under the porch and bring the adults to the windows with all the lights left off. The old people never chased the sound. That alone was enough to make boys want to. So one evening after supper, they took flashlights and a .22 that Ray was not supposed to have, crossed the upper pasture, and went into the timber. Dad said the woods felt wrong long before they found anything. Not haunted in the theatrical sense, not all moans and shadows. Wrong in the practical way hunters talk about a patch of forest that has gone dead quiet without weather to justify it. Their boots were loud in the leaves, too loud. Sound seemed not to carry properly. Every little break of twig or shift of brush stopped short and hung close to them instead of traveling off through the trees. Once or twice they heard a light knock somewhere ahead and angled toward it, only for the next one to come from farther up and slightly off to one side. Not leading exactly, not random either. More like being kept moving in a chosen direction. The ridge steepened as they climbed. The hardwoods thinned out in places where laurel and rhododendron had choked the understory. Dad said he remembered sweating under his coat despite the cold, because no matter how much ground they covered, the knocking stayed just far enough ahead to preserve the dare and deny the answer. Then the trees opened into a shallow bowl in the ridge. Not a clearing, not completely. More like a low depression where the ground dipped inward and the trunks around it gave the impression of standing back on purpose. The leaf cover was thinner there. The soil beneath showed dark through the frost. Several low branches around the edge of the place had strips of red cloth tied to them. Not bright ribbon, not decoration, not survey tape. Cloth. Faded and weather-beaten and knotted low enough that you could see the frayed ends moving very slightly in the cold air. Dad said none of them joked then. The light from their flashlights passed over the ground and found bones first. Small ones and larger ones mixed together, some half buried, some lying out in the leaves, some broken. Deer for certain. Rabbit, maybe. A dog, he thought later, though he could not say why that possibility had stayed with him harder than the others. And among the rest were pieces he could not name with any confidence then and did not want to name later once he understood more. Not all animal. That was all he would say at first, and the way he said it was enough. The depression itself looked used. That was his word. Not formed by runoff, not a natural sink, not a hunter's old camp. Used. The ground had been worn down in the middle in a rough oval shape, as if things had been laid there more than once over more years than anyone had counted. Leaves kept failing to hold in that central patch. The dirt had a compacted look to it even under frost. Dad said one of the cloth strips had something stiff hanging from it at first glance, and when Dale angled his light to check, it turned out to be vertebrae, threaded on cord or tendon, or something too old to identify in that moment. They should have turned back then. Dad knows that. I know that. Any person who hears the story knows it. But 17 is an age at which dread and humiliation are often indistinguishable, and boys will step deeper into danger rather than let each other see them flinch. Ray laughed. That, more than anything else in the story, sounded true to me. Not because laughter belongs there, but because I had known men like Ray all my life. The kind who meet inherited fear with contempt, because contempt feels stronger than uncertainty. Dad said Ray stood near the lip of the bowl with the .22 loose in one hand, turning slow, with his flashlight beam cutting across the tied cloths and the bones scatter and the black patch of used earth in the center. And he called the whole thing what boys call anything they do not know how to survive with dignity. Stupid hill stories, old people's garbage, somebody's sick shrine. Dale wanted to leave. David said he could hear it in his breathing before he heard it in words. Ray told him to shut up and listen. Then, because mockery is often only fear wearing a louder coat, Ray put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled into the dark. Dad stopped talking for a moment when he got to that part. He poured another swallow of whiskey, drank it, and only then went on. The kitchen felt smaller by then. The radio muttered in the corner. Pipes clicked in the walls. Outside, wind moved once along the side of the house and then left us again. He said the woods went silent so fast it felt like a trap closing. Not gradually, not the normal fading of bird and insect sound into night. Instant. 1 second, there had been the little background noises of cold forest, tiny branch shifts, dry leaf settling, some distant movement not worth naming. The next, there was nothing but the 3 of them breathing and the weak electrical hiss of their own flashlights. Then something moved outside the reach of the beams. Not crashing, not charging, circling. Dad said you could hear weight where no body showed. Leaves pressed down softly. Brush parted and eased back. Once, to his left, there came a short wooden tap against a trunk no more than 20 yards away, and by the time he swung his flashlight to it, another answered from somewhere behind Dale. No shape, no eye shine. Just movement with enough restraint to suggest intelligence, and enough size to be felt in the way the sound reached them. Ray laughed again, but it had changed. Less sure. He raised the .22 and aimed the beam out into the dark, as if the thing moving there might be embarrassed into becoming ordinary once enough light touched it. Dad said that was when he felt, not heard, not saw, but felt that there was more than one point of attention in the woods around them. Not one animal circling. Not one prankster stepping through brush. Awareness from more than one angle. Holding them inside the bowl as neatly as a hand closing around marbles. Dale bolted first. Dad admitted it without shame, and maybe because enough years had passed to make honesty cheaper. Dale turned and ran uphill through the laurel, with his flashlight bouncing wild. Dad followed him a second later because some part of him, deeper than pride, had already decided staying would be a kind of voluntary death. Ray did not run, not immediately. He shouted after them, called them cowards, laughed one more time for the sake of hearing himself bigger than the dark. Dad said he looked back once from 20 yards up the slope and saw Ray standing at the edge of the shallow bowl with the .22 in one hand and his light in the other, still facing into the trees as if there were an audience there he refused to surrender before. Then something knocked from very close behind him. Dad did not see what happened next. That fact mattered, I think. There is a mercy in not seeing, and a cruelty in all the imagination left to fill the gap. He said Ray made a sound, not a full scream, not yet, more like somebody startled into the beginning of one. And then Dad was running for real, downhill, instinct turned inside out, clawing through laurel, branches cracking against his face, no longer trying to look brave enough to be witnessed. They found Ray 3 days later. A logging man from farther along the state road came across him first while checking a line through the lower timber. He was jammed between 2 dense stands of mountain laurel in a place no one would have chosen to lie down, and no person could have stumbled neatly into by accident. Dad said the body looked folded into the brush rather than dropped there, pressed in hard enough that some of the branches had to be cut back before they could pull him free. His neck was broken. Not in the straightforward way people say a neck was broken, when they mean the body had gone limp or the fall had done its work. Dad used his hands once, then, reluctantly, to show me the angle. It was wrong enough that I wished he hadn't. He would not describe Ray's face in much detail, and I was grateful for that. He said only that there had been tearing and scraping, not enough to erase who he was, enough to make the body hard for his mother to look at. Dirt ground into the skin, leaves caught in hair and collar, signs of dragging or pressure, though the adults had argued afterward whether that came from the laurel itself or from something else. Then he said the one detail that stayed with me longest. Ray's mouth had been packed with black dirt and apple seeds. Not swallowed, packed, as if something had taken the trouble to fill him with the dark of the ridge and the memory of fruit. I thought at once of the old orchard below Mara's trailer, of the missing red apples, of the cloth tied around the deer's leg. The image was so specifically hateful, it made the room feel colder. Dad did not look at me when he said the rules started after that. No more whistling after dark. No calling people from the yard at night. No answering sounds from the ridge. No shining lights up there more than once. Keep blood cleaned before dawn if stock dropped or birthed. Keep dogs close if they wanted to come in, and leave them if they would not. A whole system of behavior stitched together not from folklore in the romantic sense, but from one death and a long practical terror of repeating it. I asked whether they ever told the sheriff what they had found. Dad gave me a tired look that said I was still asking city questions on mountain ground. They found a dead boy in Laurel, he said. That was all the paper needed. He poured the last of the whiskey then, and sat with the glass in both hands, staring into it as if the shape of the past were somewhere in the amber. I thought the story was over. Then he said, very quietly, "It changed after Ray." I waited. He looked toward the curtained window again, toward the property he had spent his life both tending and negotiating with. "Before that," he said, "it stayed in the woods. People heard it, sometimes saw a sign if they went where they shouldn't. After that," he swallowed once, "after that, it started coming down." Down where? His answer was immediate and without drama, which made it worse. Livestock first. Every few winters. A calf gone. A goat opened up wrong. Dogs acting strange at the barn. Then the knocks getting closer. Then markers. The word sat there between us like something alive. That was the twist in the story, though it did not feel like a reveal so much as a sentence finally completed. Ray had not merely died because he mocked old warnings. His death had changed the geography of the threat itself. Whatever the family had disturbed on the ridge had not remained there afterward. It had come lower, toward blood, gates, birthing sheds, porches, toward the part of the land that held names. Dad rubbed a hand over his face and said, almost to himself, "Once it learns the way in, it doesn't forget." Outside, beyond the drawn curtains, the house gave one soft, settling creak. Neither of us looked toward it. But from that point on, I no longer thought of the thing as something that lived out there and occasionally visited us. I understood, finally, that it had been using the family land for years. 4.3. The rules were never protection. After he told me about Ray, Dad did something he had almost never done in my life. He explained. Not fully, not generously, and not in any way that would have satisfied a person looking for comfort. But he stopped hiding behind fragments long enough to lay out the family's method, the way a man might finally show someone the wiring behind a wall, after years of insisting the lights just worked if you left them alone. He said the rules had never been about belief. That was the first part. Not belief in ghosts, not belief in old women's tales, not belief in demons in the woods or mountain things without names. He almost seemed offended by the word. Belief to him meant choice, opinion, something you took on or discarded according to temperament. What his family had lived by wasn't that. It was behavior, worn smooth by repetition and fear. Keep lights on near births. Never leave blood-soaked straw outside overnight. Bury remains before dawn if you have to bury them at all. Do not answer a voice that comes from the tree line after dark, no matter whose voice it sounds like. Do not go above the lower fence in winter once the light starts failing. He listed them with the dead plainness of a man inventorying feed or weatherproofing, and that plainness made them more terrible than if he had wrapped them in folklore. Each one had the shape of a lesson learned after something bad, not because an elder once said so, but because the land had corrected people who ignored it. I sat across from him at the kitchen table while he spoke, and looked around the room in a way I never had before. The dish towel over the oven handle, the old coffee can full of pens, the weather radio muttering under its own static every so often. The ordinary kitchen of an ordinary rural house, and right there in the middle of it, a survival code built not against weather, not against bankruptcy, not against loneliness or illness, or any of the usual hard American things people imagine country families defending themselves from, but against something that came down from the ridge when blood or grief or carelessness opened the way. Dad said my grandmother had kept stricter rules than most. She would burn or bury birthing straw before daylight if the weather allowed. If a calf dropped dead wrong, she never let the remains sit where morning could find them. She covered windows before full dark in winter. She would not let children call each other in from the yard once the light had gone flat blue. If a dog balked at the porch, she did not drag it in. They learned what made it curious, he said. The phrase lodged in me. Curious. Not enraged. Not summoned. Curious. Like the thing had attention that could be directed by certain human traces. Birth, blood, names, grief, challenge. As if the family had spent generations not defeating it, but managing what conditions might invite it closer. That's not living, I said. Dad gave me a long, tired look. It's surviving. The distinction between those two words split something open in me then, because I could hear the honesty in his answer, and I hated him for it. All at once, my anger was no longer only about his secrecy. It was about the shape of the life that secrecy had made possible. This house, this property, this family line had gone on not because the danger had been solved, but because enough people before me had agreed to behave around it, to adapt, to trim their actions and language and habits according to a pressure from the woods they could neither explain nor stop. The cost of staying on the land had been obedience to rules nobody wanted to say plainly in daylight. That disgusted me. It looked, from where I sat, too much like cowardice. It looked like complicity dressed in practicality, like the old rural masculine habit of calling fear by another name so it can keep living in the walls without anyone having to admit what it took from them. Don't whistle. Don't answer. Don't call attention. Don't provoke. Keep your head down. Bury the evidence. Shut the curtains. Stay inside. It sounded less like courage than surrender with chores wrapped around it. I said some version of that out loud, harsher than I intended and not half as harsh as I felt. Dad took it badly because there was no way for him not to. He straightened in his chair, his face closing down in the old way, but the whiskey and the story and the hour had left too much exposed for him to retreat cleanly. "You think I liked it?" he asked. "You think any of us liked it?" "I think you accepted it." "I think I buried cousins and calves and dogs and a whole lot of peace and still had to get up next morning and keep the place standing." The words came low and hard, and for a second I saw the younger man he must once have been under all the age and stiffness. The one who had run from the ridge and lived long enough to call that survival. My modern anger rose against that old country endurance instinct and found no easy foothold because, in its own terrible way, he was right too. Men like my father did not get the luxury of symbolic purity. They inherited land, death, weather, debt, and whatever else the family had already failed to bury properly. Then they managed. That was the tragedy of it. I wanted a moral line. He wanted everyone alive through winter. Both positions had dignity. Both had shame. And the land beneath them did not care which language we used to describe the trap. We sat there a long time after the argument burned itself down. Not reconciled, not even close. Just emptied enough that further speech would only repeat the wound. The heater kicked on. A pipe clicked somewhere in the wall. Outside, the wind moved once along the back of the house and then dropped. Every ordinary sound had begun to feel like a thing measured against another, quieter set of possibilities. By the time I walked over to Mara's place that night, I no longer believed the rules had ever been meant to make us safe. That was the new understanding, and it settled into me with the kind of bleak clarity that leaves no room for argument. The rules were not protection in the hopeful sense. They were distance. They did not banish the thing. They did not save you from it forever. They merely helped keep it at the edges, or taught it there were easier ways to pass the season without coming fully in. All those years I had imagined the older people in my family as superstitious, because that was the more flattering interpretation. It let me believe they feared nonsense rather than recognizing pattern. But pattern was exactly what they had been obeying. Lights near births, blood hidden before dawn, voices unanswered, tree lines unchallenged. It was less a belief system than an arrangement made under pressure. And arrangements fail. Mara's trailer glowed warm against the cold dark when I reached it. Through the front window I could see her moving in the little kitchen, and Caleb at the table with crayons spread out in front of him. Duke lay under the bench this time instead of by the door. That alone was enough to make my chest tighten. A dog changing its idea of the safest spot in the room. I knocked and let myself in. The trailer smelled of boxed macaroni, fabric softener, and the faint plastic heat all mobile homes carry in winter. Caleb had a piece of paper in front of him and was drawing something with serious concentration. Mara looked tired enough to be angry by default. She nodded toward the back window without greeting me and said, "Your father was out there with a hammer." I frowned. Doing what? Before she could answer, Caleb looked up and asked, very matter-of-factly, "Why did Grandpa nail those red rags upside down inside the shed?" The room went still. I crossed to the window and looked out toward the side shed by the lower barn. In the weak spill of the yard light, I could just make out narrow strips of old red cloth fastened along the inside wall, hanging where they would catch anyone's eye if the doors stood open by daylight. They had been nailed low and backward, the faded side facing outward as if concealment and display had both been considered, and neither had won. No one answered Caleb. Mara looked at me. I looked back at the little lit rectangle of the shed window and those hanging strips of cloth my father had put there after telling me what a marker meant. That was the final turn of understanding for the night. We were not only following the old rules, we were beginning, in our own frightened way, to answer the signs with signs of our own. And nobody in that trailer was willing to say so aloud. Chapter 5. Pressure on the house. Winter tightened around the property in a way that made everything smaller.
By the second week of December, the mud had begun its daily cycle of deceit. Soft and black by noon where weak sun touched it, then crusted over hard as broken pottery by dusk. Water troughs filmed over in the mornings. The porch steps stayed slick in the shade. Every gate chain burned your hand through a glove if you grabbed it too fast. The kind of cold we were getting was not dramatic enough for postcards, just sustained and practical, which in some ways made it worse. It entered through seams. It found under doors and through old window frames. It made the house creak at night, and the barn boards tick in the dark, as if the wood itself were trying not to split. The early dark was what changed our lives most. By 4:30, the yard had already begun flattening into shadow. By 5, it felt late. The lower field disappeared first, then the orchard, then the back line of the pasture, until only the near fence posts still held their shape. The ridge beyond went from brown winter timber to one long black mass without a stage in between. Once the dark settled in, every task had to be weighed against whether it was worth stepping outside for. Feed had to be done sooner, water checked earlier. The truck kept backed in and ready because nobody wanted to be fooling with batteries or jumper cables after sundown. Dad tested the generator twice that week, muttering about old fuel and cold starts. Because out there, a power outage in hard weather can turn a house from inconvenient to dangerous, faster than people in town like to imagine. The cattle were uneasy too. Not panicked, not enough to make a clean story of it, but they held tighter to one another in the far lot and used parts of the field in odd patterns, bunching away from the orchard side after dusk as though some slow herd instinct had redrawn the map of what ground felt right. Animals do that sometimes in bad weather, and I tried to tell myself that was all it was. Wind pressure, cold, change in routine. But every explanation now had to pass through the fact that nothing on the property had remained only itself for weeks. We all became more housebound because winter demanded it, and fear made the decision easier. Mara and Caleb spent more time in the main house after supper, lingering over coffee, homework, whatever excuse let them delay the walk back to the trailer. Dad started checking every curtain himself, even if somebody else was standing right there. I found myself listening to weather forecasts with a seriousness I had never brought to them before, calculating not only snowfall and ice, but how much noise a storm might cover, how much silence a clear freeze might sharpen. Even ordinary domestic habits changed under the pressure. The television stayed lower. Doors were shut more gently. Everyone heard each other moving from room to room because everybody was already listening for things beyond the walls. That was the true cruelty of winter quiet out there. You hear everything. The furnace kicking on under the floor, the ice dropping from the eaves, a truck on the state road a mile off, a cow rubbing a gate panel in the lot, wind brushing one side of the house and then withdrawing, pipes clicking in the walls, a dog shifting in sleep. And because you hear everything, you also hear what does not belong.
Fear does not need spectacle once a family has become trained to listen. It only needs one wrong sound in a structure everyone thought they understood. The first hard bump against Mara's trailer came after midnight. I was awake when it happened, though only in that drifting, half-conscious way people get when sleep has become light and cautious from too many interrupted nights. The house was dark except for the green digital glow of the stove clock in the kitchen and the weak blue spill from the weather radio. Then my phone lit on the nightstand with Mara's name. And before I even opened the message, I heard it from across the yard. A low, solid impact. Not a crash. Not violent enough to tear siding or shatter anything. Just enough force to travel through cold air and the bones of the night, like someone had leaned a great weight into the side of the trailer and held it there for a second before letting off. Then silence. A second message arrived. Something hit the wall. I was pulling on boots when another sound came, fainter this time because it was lower. A long scrape under the frame. Not fast. Not a rat or raccoon skittering in insulation. Heavier than that. A dragged contact across metal or packed dirt under the trailer's body. Slow enough to suggest intent rather than panic. Dad met me in the hallway with the rifle already in hand. We crossed to Mara's place through cold so sharp it felt dry in the lungs. Her porch light was on, throwing the steps into hard yellow, and I could see her shape moving through the thin curtain near the front room. She had her phone in her hand when she opened the door, face pale and furious all at once. "I'm calling 911, she said. Dad put one hand out without looking at her. No. She stared at him like she was seconds from striking him. Something just hit my house. I heard it. And? He tilted his head slightly, listening toward the dark side of the trailer. That gesture nearly made me lose my temper on her behalf. It was one thing for him to be stubborn in daylight, another to stand there in the freezing dark with his daughter shaking on a trailer threshold and respond not with movement, but with attention. Then the scrape came again under the frame. Longer this time. Not loud, but unmistakable. A weight shifting along the underside of the trailer, brushing some metal support or dragging through the packed dirt where the skirting met ground. Duke, inside behind Mara, gave one deep, choked growl and then backed so far into the living room that his claws rattled against the laminate. Mara swore and thumbed at her phone. Dad caught her wrist, not rough, but immediate. "Listen." "For what?" she hissed. "For it to come in?" The maddening part was that he did not answer, because in a way he already had. He was listening for pattern, for direction, for whether the thing under the trailer was moving like an animal, a man, or something for which those categories had become too comforting. I hated him in that moment for making us all pause inside the fear rather than doing something loud and ordinary like calling the sheriff. But I listened too. By then he had trained that much into me whether I wanted it or not. The sound did not come again right away. Instead, there was a soft pressure somewhere along the trailer's far side, enough to flex the skirting with a faint plastic complaint, followed by stillness so complete I could hear the heater humming under the floor and Caleb's breathing from the back room where he had apparently not woken. Mara whispered, "This is insane," Dad said quietly. "I know." It was the nearest thing to honesty I had heard from him all night. When nothing else moved for a full minute, he stepped off the porch and swept his flashlight beam low along the trailer's underside, never letting it travel too high into the yard or too far toward the trees. The light found dirt, support blocks, one section of hanging insulation,
a rusted jack stand. Nothing living, nothing crouched there waiting. Yet the ground beneath the frame carried a fresh, dragged look in places, shallow and smeared, as if something broad had shifted its weight close to the earth and then withdrawn.
Mara lowered the phone, but she did not put it away. The fear in that trailer after midnight was not the sharp, dramatic kind. It was worse, slow, domestic. The knowledge that contact had been made and then withdrawn before any clean confrontation could happen. The walls had been touched. The underside had been tested. Something outside now understood the structure in a way we had not agreed to let it. The next day I bought trail cams. Not because I thought technology was going to save us in any final sense. By then I had stopped believing in single solutions. But I needed proof that could sit in a hand. Something clearer than smell, disturbed mud, or family testimony warped by grief and inheritance. Something a deputy or wildlife officer, or frankly my own exhausted brain, could look at and not dismiss. I set one camera on the calving shed facing the lower lot, one at the chicken coop angled toward the field, one low on a tree near Mara's trailer, where it would catch the steps, the skirting, and the first line of orchard grass. I checked batteries twice, formatted the cards myself, tested the trigger range by walking through each frame until I was certain the sensors were picking up heat and motion. It felt almost embarrassingly modern against the rest of the story. Plastic housings zip-tied to old timber on land where people still measured some distances in, past the second gate and over the rise. That evening, I slept with the brief confidence of a man who has at least arranged to be lied to by something more objective than memory. By noon the next day, that confidence was gone. The barn camera had recorded 6 files between midnight and dawn. 3 would not open at all. 2 opened as static bursts, gray digital snow with a timestamp and no discernible image beyond a single frame of fence wire blown out in white. The 6th gave me a 1.5 seconds of usable picture. The lower lot under floodlight, empty except for one fence post at the left edge of the frame, leaning hard to one side, as if weight had pressed against it from out of view. Then, for less than a beat, the near edge of the image filled with something textured and dark. Coarse hair or fur too close to the lens to resolve into shape, before the file cut off in a smear of pixelation. The coop camera was worse. Card intact, no visible damage, but every recorded clip ended after a fraction of a second. Most of them in black screen, as though the lens had been covered or the sensor overwhelmed. One still frame showed only the coop door hanging shut, and a section of ground in front of it blurred by movement low to the earth. No animal, no body, just motion too close and too fast for the camera to hold properly. The trailer camera bothered me most. At first glance, nothing obvious appeared there either. Just a sequence of porch steps, dead grass, the lower edge of the mobile home, and darkness thickening toward the orchard. But one file, taken around 2:14 a.m., showed Caleb's little plastic swing moving in the side yard. Not swinging wildly, not storm-tossed, just moving. The rope had been still in every clip before it. Then here it was, angling slightly forward, as if just nudged, with no person in frame and no visible wind in the grass around it. The next image showed it hanging almost straight again. Another, a few seconds later, showed one side twisted. That was all. A tiny thing. The kind of anomaly a sane person should dismiss as cross breeze or camera timing. Only there had been no weather that night. No visible cause. And every other file from that hour carried the same subtle electronic corruption at the edge of the image. Horizontal tearing, a static haze, one brief freeze that caught the trailer steps in clean focus, while the background behind them seemed to ripple. I sat at the kitchen table, cycling through those files until my eyes hurt. Technology had not given us answers. It had done something worse. It had translated the unease into artifacts, partial records, damaged evidence, fragments just clear enough to imply a physical event and just broken enough to deny certainty. The cameras did not disprove what was happening. They made it feel more intimate, more sly. As if whatever had moved around the barn, the coop, and Mara's trailer had not simply avoided being seen. It had leaned into the edges of being captured and spoiled the image on purpose. 5.2 Signs underfoot. By then, we had all started measuring our nights by what part of the house the fear reached. At first, it had lived in the tree line. Then at the barn, the orchard, the yard. After that, it moved to walls, steps, and windows. The closer it came to the structures themselves, the more domestic everything felt, and the less domestic anything truly was. That was the part I had not understood when I still imagined terror as a thing that arrived with spectacle. Real fear in a place like that does not blow the door off its hinges the first chance it gets. It tests. It listens. It presses lightly enough that the house still looks like a house in daylight. Mara heard the scratching under Caleb's room just after 1 a.m. She didn't text this time. She called, whispering so hard the words came frayed around the edges. "There's something under him," she said. I was already awake. That had become my natural state by then, never fully asleep, only taking turns with my own nerves. I crossed the yard with a flashlight and coat thrown over my clothes. The cold air so sharp it made my eyes water. Dad came behind me a minute later, slower because of his knees, but carrying the rifle and that same terrible patience he had worn more and more often as the weeks tightened in around us. Mara met us at the trailer door with her face pale and set. "I heard it from the hallway," she said. "Not in the wall, under the floor." Caleb was still asleep, somehow, or pretending to be. The thought that a child could sleep over that kind of sound did not comfort me. It only made me think of how exhaustion teaches people what to stop reacting to. Dad lifted one hand for quiet. We stood there and listened. At first I heard nothing except the trailer's own body sounds. The heater murmuring under the floor, a small pop from some cooling metal seam, Duke breathing hard from somewhere near the back hall. Then, from beneath the far half of the trailer, came a faint abrasion. Not sharp, not frantic. Something slower than scratching, really. More like a controlled contact with the packed dirt under the frame. A hush of pressure and grain shifting in tiny increments. Dad looked toward the back bedroom door. I stepped off the porch and moved around the trailer into the dark side yard, where the weak porch bulb gave up and the cold felt cleaner, emptier. The ground there was damp from a late drizzle, the mud dark and slick where runoff from the skirting had made shallow channels. I kept the flashlight off. Some instinct in me had already decided I did not want to advertise where I was, if something under there was intelligent enough to know a body from a beam. I went down carefully on one knee, then lower, until I was flat enough that the smell of wet dirt and cold vinyl skirting filled my nose. There are very few moments in life where you become truly aware of how thin a structure is. The underside of a mobile home is not a foundation in the old house sense. It is a compromise between shelter and exposure. Support blocks, metal frame, skirting, insulation. All of it enough to create the idea of separation, but not enough to feel like defense once you know something is moving below your child's room. Lying there with my cheek near the frozen ground, I understood exactly how little stood between Caleb and whatever had decided to examine the dark under his bed. I listened. At first, only my own pulse. Then a slow, granular shift from deeper under the trailer, followed by the unmistakable sound of weight being repositioned in the dirt. Not paws. Not the small, quick rustle of a possum or raccoon. Heavier than that. Slower. A pressure settling onto multiple points and then easing off one of them at a time. The nearest thing I can compare it to is the way a man might move on his elbows under a low deck, except this carried a different rhythm, more deliberate, more distributed, as if knuckles or forearms or some other hard body parts were adjusting against the packed earth with enormous care. The sound stopped. I lay there without breathing for a second too long. Then it came again, a little nearer. One drag of dirt, a muted set down, a shift. Not enough to tell direction with confidence, enough to tell presence. I could have looked then. If I had angled the flashlight beneath the skirting and leaned just a little farther, I might have caught whatever was there. A glimpse of body, fur, hand. Nothing, maybe, if the sound had come from some arrangement of loose material and terror in my own head. I did not look. That is still one of the more difficult truths in this story to admit. I chose not to confirm it, not because I doubted there was something under there, but because I was already afraid of how real it would become if I let my eyes meet the exact shape of it. People talk as if courage always means advancing toward knowledge. Sometimes all courage gets you is a clearer image of what can reach your family. In that moment, lying in the dark beside Mara's trailer, with my face near the ground and my body vibrating with cold and dread, I chose the thinner pain. I chose to know it was there without seeing. When I backed away, my palms were muddy and my throat had gone dry. Dad read the answer on my face before I said a word. The rain came hard the next afternoon and lasted long enough to soften every trackable inch of the yard. By morning, the property looked newly skinned. Mud lay dark and smooth around the lower lot, the trailer, and the orchard edge. Every old print blurred out and replaced by a fresh surface ready to hold whatever crossed it. If there was any mercy in weather, that was supposed to be it. Rain tells the truth about movement. But by then, truth had become only another kind of injury. The first wrong print showed up beside the trailer skirting under Caleb's window. I saw it from a few feet off and knew immediately it wasn't mine, Mara's, or Dad's. Too long. That was the first thing. Not giant in some impossible storybook way, but stretched oddly, as if whatever had made it used a foot shaped enough like a human one to be recognized, and unlike one in all the details that matter. The toe spread was wrong, too wide at the front. The heel impression was inconsistent, deep in one track, nearly absent in the next, as though weight distribution kept changing from step to step. I crouched and studied them in the wet clay. There were 4 clear impressions before the pattern dissolved into smear and overlap near the corner of the trailer. In 2 of them, the toes had bitten deeply, while the rear barely settled at all. In another, a narrow drag marked the mud just ahead of where the next print began, like weight had been pulled or braced before lifting. It looked less like normal walking than a body negotiating itself through a movement pattern it did not quite share with us. Something that could place weight as a person might, but not as consistently. Dad came around the corner and stood above me without speaking. "Tell me that's a bear," I said. He did not. We found more along the side yard and toward the orchard, some cleaner, some ruined by runoff. One set angled toward Caleb's swing and then away again. Another passed close to the lower edge of the skirting where I had lain the night before, and paused there long enough to churn the mud into a shallow, dark patch. At one point near a young maple by the play area, the tracks simply stopped. Not faded, stopped. I circled the spot twice, checking for a leap or turn or retreat hidden by the wet ground. Nothing. The final visible print ended deep on the forepart, with a long dragged smear behind it, as if whatever had made it had set down weight, braced, and then pulled upward instead of stepping on. I looked instinctively toward the tree above. The lower bark showed a fresh scuff 5 feet up, maybe higher. Nothing dramatic, just enough disturbance in the wet surface to imply contact had happened there. Not a deer rub, not squirrel marks. More like a body or limb had used the trunk for leverage. Mara came out with Caleb after that, and I nearly sent them both back inside on reflex. She saw the prints and went pale without saying much. Caleb only stared at them with a serious concentration I had begun to dread in him. Children should be frightened by the obvious things. It was far worse when they looked as if they were comparing what they saw to something they had already been told by their own eyes. "Don't step there," I said too sharply when he moved closer. He stopped. Mara crossed her arms and looked from the tracks to the trailer wall under her son's room. "It was right here." No one answered because no answer would have improved the fact. The fresh strip of red cloth turned up before noon. It was tied to a young tree at the edge of Caleb's little play area, just beyond the patch of yard where his swing hung and the plastic bucket of old sidewalk chalk sat overturned near the grass. Not one of the old orchard trunks this time. A younger tree, thinner, smoother bark, close enough to the trailer that a child could reach it in 5 seconds from the steps. The cloth itself looked similar to the others we'd seen, faded, weathered, narrow as if torn from some larger piece long ago. But the placement of it changed everything. It was tied low, not at adult hand height, not up where a warning marker might catch the eye of someone walking the tree line or working the field. It had been knotted at the level of a child's knee. For a moment, none of us moved. Mara saw it first, from the angle of the steps, and stopped so suddenly, Caleb almost walked into her. I was a few yards off by the tracks when I noticed where her eyes had fixed, and when I followed her line of sight, my stomach dropped in one hard, empty motion. The cloth stirred once in the cold breeze and then hung still. Dad came out from the shed carrying a hammer and froze with it still in his hand. No one needed to explain what had changed. All the earlier signs could still be argued around if a person was desperate enough. Livestock, barns, orchards, outbuildings, property attention maybe in some warped territorial sense. But a marker placed there, at that exact height, beside that exact patch of yard, stripped the last of those lies down to their frame. The attention was narrowing. Not toward the house in general, not toward the family as a unit, toward Caleb. He looked up at the cloth and then back at the rest of us. And because he was 8 and still thought adults existed to transform bad things into manageable ones, he asked the most terrible question possible, in a voice almost casual with trust. "Is that for me?" Mara made a sound I have never heard from her before or since. Half rage, half panic, all of it maternal enough to cut through the air like something thrown. She scooped him back from the tree so quickly he stumbled, then caught him up against her and turned him toward the trailer, as if distance alone could undo what had already been seen. Dad did not follow them immediately. He stood where he was in the cold yard, hammer hanging at his side, staring at that red strip with the expression of a man who has just watched an old boundary fail in public. That was the twist of it, though none of us said the word aloud. The signs had not merely come closer. They had chosen smaller ground.
3. No place in the house feels safe.
By then we had stopped talking about whether Caleb should stay in the trailer and started pretending the question had already answered itself. Most evenings, Mara brought him to the main house after supper, under one excuse or another. Homework at the kitchen table, a movie with the volume kept too low, hot chocolate he didn't even finish. Sometimes she walked him back only when he was already half asleep and had to be guided by the shoulder. Other nights, she stayed late enough that Dad finally told her she may as well put the boy down in his old room and take the couch. None of us said why this had become the routine. Like everything else, fear arrived first as a behavior and only later as a sentence. It still wasn't enough. I woke sometime after 2 one night to the sound of Mara making a noise I had never heard from her before. Not a scream, not exactly. It was too strangled for that.
A sharp, breaking sound, cut short by the need to stay quiet at the same time. I was out of bed and into the hall before I was fully awake. Dad's door opened at the same moment. The light from the kitchen was already on. Caleb stood by the front door in his socks. That image has stayed with me harder than some of the uglier things that came later. Maybe because it was so small and so human. He was not posed dramatically. He was just there, in pale blue pajama bottoms and a t-shirt too thin for the weather. One hand resting on the deadbolt, as if he had been trying to remember what it was for. His hair stuck up at the back from sleep. His eyes were half open in that terrible blank way sleepwalkers sometimes have, where the body is upright and moving, but the person inside it has not fully arrived. Mara was 3 feet away from him, shaking.
"Caleb," she said, voice shredded. "Honey, look at me."
He blinked once, slow. Then he said, in a mild, almost puzzled voice, "He said I could come see the orchard." The whole house seemed to draw inward around that sentence. Dad moved first. He stepped between Caleb and the door so smoothly it looked practiced, though I pray to God it never had been. He didn't grab the boy hard. He just set both hands on his shoulders and turned him gently away from the lock. "Who said that?" I asked, already knowing the answer would not help. Caleb frowned as if the question was strangely complicated. "The man outside?" Mara made that broken sound again, and this time it spilled into tears so fast she had no chance to stop it. She crossed the room and dropped to her knees in front of him, holding his face in both hands, searching it as if she could still find ordinary sleepiness there and rescue the moment from what it meant. "You don't open that door," she whispered. "Do you hear me? You never open that door at night. Not ever." He looked from her to me and then to Dad, with the slow dawning confusion of a child waking in the middle of an adult emergency. "I was just gonna look." Mara folded around him then, arms tight enough to make him grunt softly in surprise. She cried into his shoulder with all the dignity stripped out of it, and I could not blame her. There are fears a parent imagines in broad strokes: car wrecks, sickness, strangers, the 1,000 ordinary violences of American life. This was something else. This was the thought of your child already halfway obeying a voice you could neither hear nor explain. I stood there in my bare feet on the cold hallway floor and felt fury rise in me with nowhere clean to go. Not only at the thing outside, at myself. I should have forced the issue sooner.
I should have thrown bags in the truck, loaded Mara and Caleb up, and driven them anywhere else the first time the red cloth appeared at child height. I should have made the practical decision, instead of staying inside the family gravity of rules, history, and my father's impossible half-truths. That is one of the crueler traps of family land. It teaches you that endurance is the same thing as responsibility. I had let that lesson work on me longer than I wanted to admit. And now, here was an 8-year-old found at the door because some voice in the dark had invited him to the orchard like it was a place to pick fruit. Dad said very quietly, "Get him back to bed." For once, Mara didn't fight him. She was past fighting. She led Caleb down the hall with one hand on his back and one hand still shaking. I watched them go and wanted, with a force that almost made me sick, to burn the orchard down to bare dirt and salt the ground afterward. The house did not recover from that night. It only kept going. The following evening, I stayed awake in the main house with the lamp off, sitting on the edge of my bed fully dressed, and listening to the vent in the floor, like a man waiting for bad news through a pipe. I did not plan it that way. Fear simply had me arranged before I admitted what I was doing. The room was dark enough that the window looked like a blank square cut in the wall. Wind moved once along the siding and went on. Somewhere far off, one of the cattle knocked a gate panel, and then the lot settled quiet again. The whispering started so softly, I thought at first it was air in the ductwork. Our house was old, and old houses talk in ways newer ones do not. Heat moving through metal carries odd textures. Vents click. Ducts sigh. If a person wants to lie to himself, there is almost always material to work with. So for the first half-minute I sat there, telling myself that was all I heard. The furnace pushing, a little turbulence in the line, some harmless distortion lifted by too much attention. Then the sound shaped itself. Not words yet, just the unmistakable rise and fall of someone speaking low enough that the syllables blurred together. It came through the floor vent near the wall, not loudly, but with the intimacy of a thing already inside the house's breath. I stood without remembering deciding to, and crossed to it one step at a time, every muscle in my body gone tight with the kind of dread that makes movement feel both stupid and unavoidable. I crouched beside the vent. The metal grill was cool under my fingertips. From below came another thread of whispering, then a pause, then the same thing again. It was not the random churn of airflow. It had cadence, hesitation, a human pattern reduced just below comprehension. I leaned closer before I caught myself. That was the danger of it. Not volume, familiarity. Then, in among the breathy fragments I could not parse, one sound came through perfectly clear. My childhood nickname. Not the name people at school used, not the shortened form from Lexington or work. The one only family had ever used, and not even all of them. My mother mostly. Mara when we were little. Dad hardly ever unless I was hurt or in some kind of trouble. A name rooted in the house itself, in blood memory and old summers, and the version of me that still belonged wholly to this land. Hearing it there, whispered through the floor from the dark understructure of the house, felt more violating than anything physical could have. I jerked back so hard my shoulder hit the bed frame. The whispering stopped at once. No scuttle, no retreating sound, no dramatic confirmation. Just absence, so immediate and complete it seemed to erase its own proof. I stayed where I was on the floor, breathing through my mouth, every nerve in me waiting for the next thing. Nothing came. That was somehow worse, because it meant the house no longer felt invaded in a simple structural sense.
Wall, floor, crawl space, yard. It felt invaded at the level of memory. This thing was not only moving closer physically, it was reaching inward for the names that made us easiest to call. It knew what belonged to the family and which pieces of us had once answered without thinking. By morning, the decision was made. Not neatly, not heroically. Mara looked gray with exhaustion and said she was taking Caleb and leaving after breakfast. And for the first time, nobody told her to wait, or calm down, or think it over. She said it while standing at the kitchen sink with yesterday's mascara still faintly under her eyes and one hand wrapped around a coffee mug she had forgotten to drink from.
Caleb was in the front room with the television on low, too tired even for cartoons to hold him fully. Duke lay pressed against the couch, awake and watchful.
"I'm going," Mara said. "I don't care if it's a motel by the interstate. I don't care if I have to call in sick all week. I don't care. I'm not giving it another night with him." I said I'd help her pack. What I wanted, if I'm being honest, was one more night to sit watch and force the property into some kind of answer. That old, stupid male instinct had not left me. It had only become more ashamed of itself. I wanted to set every light burning, keep rifles by the door, maybe sit the barn again, maybe circle the trailer, maybe catch one clean look at whatever kept pressing closer, and end the uncertainty, if not the danger. The plan was irrational, but it glowed in me anyway with the false usefulness of anger. Dad heard enough of that thought in my face to answer before I fully spoke it.
"Sometimes leaving is when it acts," he said. He did not raise his voice. He did not make it an order. If anything, he sounded tired enough to be confessing something he hated. The sentence chilled the whole room. Mara turned toward him slowly.
"What does that mean?" He looked not at her, but at Caleb in the other room, then at the curtained window beyond the kitchen table. "It means don't take your timing for yours," he said. No one answered. Relief should have arrived with the decision to go. Instead, the house filled with a different strain of fear. The kind that comes when movement itself starts to feel like part of the pattern. Bags to be packed, a truck to be loaded, doors to be opened and closed, a child to be moved from one place to another across exposed yard and daylight and road. Departure no longer sounded like escape. It sounded like a moment the thing outside might already be expecting.
That day passed under a tension so steady it became almost physical, like waiting inside the pressure drop before a storm that never quite breaks. And when night began to gather at the windows again, it did not feel like the last dark they had to endure. It felt like the dark was getting ready for them to try. Chapter 6. Before the Attack. The last evening had the stillness of something already decided. Not peaceful stillness. Not the relieved quiet that comes when a plan has finally been made and everyone can start moving toward it. This felt thinner than that, more strained. The property had gone so hushed it seemed to be withholding ordinary sound on purpose. No wind worrying the eaves. No cattle shifting at the lower fence. Even the little domestic noises inside the house arrived too clearly, as if the silence outside had stretched itself taut enough to make every movement under the roof seem sharper than it ought to be. We went through the motions anyway. That was what people do when they are frightened and need to believe behavior can still impose order on a bad place. Mara packed bags in the trailer and brought them over in stages, setting them by the back door of the main house, as if keeping everything in one place might help when it came time to leave at first light. Caleb's duffel, A laundry basket with clothes folded badly, but folded all the same. A paper grocery sack full of chargers, medicine, toothbrushes, a tablet. One stuffed animal he would have denied owning if he'd been more awake. I checked the truck twice, then a third time for no good reason. Gas level, jumper cables, spare blanket in the back seat, tires, battery, the stupid practical inventory men make when they cannot inventory what actually matters. Dad topped off the generator after dark, though there was no sign the power was going anywhere. Mara made coffee around 8 and left it sitting on the hot plate until it went bitter enough to smell burnt. Nobody drank more than half a cup. The whole kitchen carried that stale, overworked scent. Coffee gone harsh in the pot, wet wool, cold air leaking around the back door every time someone came or went. A normal family preparing to leave in the morning might have looked much the same from the outside. Bags by the wall, truck checked, child drooping on the couch under a blanket, adults speaking in low, practical tones so as not to stir him up more than necessary. Only every piece of it felt staged against something waiting just beyond the windows. Caleb fell half asleep in the main house around 9:30 with his feet tucked under him on the couch and a blanket up to his chin. The television played quietly to no one. Every now and then his eyes would open enough for him to ask whether they were leaving after breakfast or before, whether Duke was going with them, whether he had packed the right shoes. Mara answered him too quickly each time, smoothing his hair back with a hand that never quite stopped shaking. Once he murmured that he wanted to go get his flashlight from the trailer. She told him no in a voice so sharp he stared at her, startled, and then looked away. Dad sat at the kitchen table with the rifle within reach and did not pretend otherwise. He had one elbow on the table, one hand over his mouth, eyes drifting between the curtained window and the clock, as if both were sources of information he trusted equally little. There was a thermos by his chair, already filled for later. The box of ammunition sat open but untouched. He was not gearing up for a hunt. He was preparing for a watch. That difference mattered. I understood it by then, and I hated how much I understood. The domesticity of the room made the dread worse. Caleb's shoes by the couch, Mara's purse on the chair back, Duke's water bowl under the radiator, the yellow pool of light over the sink, steam still clinging faintly to the kitchen window where someone had run hot water not long before. Everything looked exactly like the sort of American family scene nobody would think twice about if they passed by on the road. Yet, under every ordinary object sat the knowledge that we were arranging ourselves for departure the way people do before a storm, or a foreclosure, or a death watch. Not because we had chosen to, because something on the property had narrowed its attention, and all our remaining choices were now just ways of responding. The deeper the evening got, the more the quiet outside began to feel unnatural. Not silent in an abstract horror story way, specific. The missing pieces had definition. No distant dogs from other properties. No occasional truck down on the state road. No settling noises from the barn carried thin across the field. It felt as if the whole hollow had stopped contributing its usual share of life and was instead holding still around the house, listening with us. By 11, nobody said much unless the sentence had a practical use. Around that time, Duke started acting worse than I had ever seen him act. He had spent most of the evening pacing in short, agitated loops between the kitchen and the mudroom, stopping every so often to stand under the coat rack with his body angled toward the back door, and his ears pitched in that rigid forward tilt dogs get when they're receiving information they don't know how to process. Usually by then, with all the things that had happened, I would have expected him to be fixed on the tree line or the orchard side. That had been his pattern from the beginning. Whatever the danger was, it used to belong out there. That night it didn't. When Mara finally decided to walk him over to the trailer one last time before bedding Caleb down for a few hours, Duke reached the porch and simply locked up. His whole body began to shake. Not dramatic trembling from cold, but a deep, muscular vibration that traveled from shoulders through ribcage into his legs. He stood there on the top step of the main house with his nails spread against the boards and his head low, staring not toward the orchard, not toward the ridge, but toward the dark under the trailer across the yard. "Come on," Mara whispered, trying to coax him with the lead. He would not move, not an inch. There are moments with animals when fear becomes too plain to mistake for disobedience. This was one of them. Duke's eyes had gone wide enough to show white at the corners. His mouth was closed tight. No bark in him, no growl, not even the uncertain whining he had made in earlier weeks. He looked like a dog who had reached the end of whatever courage training and instinct could provide, and had been left only with refusal. I stepped off the porch and crossed partway toward the trailer, following his line of sight. The yard was washed in weak security light and winter moon, enough to show the skirting, the support blocks, the short run of steps, the sagging patch of yard where Caleb's swing hung still. Nothing moved. The black opening under the trailer remained only shadow and construction and damp earth. Any sane person could have looked at that picture and told himself there was nothing there. But Duke kept staring lower. That was when it finally came together in me with full force. The fear had moved. Not from the property to the house in some abstract progression, but from the tree line to the very space beneath our built shelter. The thing was no longer only outside the woods. It was using the structure itself.
Occupying the underplace beneath floorboards, beneath bedrooms, beneath the illusion that walls create distance. "Leave him," Dad said from the porch behind us. Mara turned with the leash in her hand, face gone pale with anger and helplessness. "He can't stay out here." "He's not staying out there," Dad said. "He's not going there." The distinction chilled me. In the end, we brought Duke back inside the main house, where he immediately shoved himself under the kitchen table and would not come out. Not for water, not for food, not when Caleb called him softly from the couch. The old pattern, dog facing the woods, dog warning us from the threshold, was over. Whatever he feared now lived beneath and around the structure itself, and some part of him had judged the center of the human room the least bad place left. I sat with that understanding longer than I wanted to, because once you accept that the danger has moved under the house, every floorboard becomes a question. I must have fallen asleep sometime after 1 in the morning, though not deeply. It was that ugly watch sleep people take when they're too tired to stay upright, but too afraid to surrender properly. I had gone over to Mara's trailer because she insisted she wanted a few hours there to finish packing the rest of Caleb's things and let him sleep in his own bed one last time before they left at dawn. Dad stayed in the main house with the rifle. I took the couch in the trailer's front room, boots still on, coat folded beside me, flashlight and revolver on the coffee table close enough to grab blind. The trailer had settled into that compressed after-midnight silence of small heated spaces in winter. The heater murmured in fits beneath the floor. One cabinet gave a tiny click now and then as the structure tightened against the cold outside. Caleb was down the hall in the back room. Mara had dozed in the recliner near the couch after insisting she would stay awake. Duke was nowhere in sight, and that bothered me even before I fully woke. The first knock came from directly below, not the ridge, not the sidewall, under us. I snapped awake so hard it felt like being pulled upward by the spine. For one disorienting second, I thought part of the dream had followed me out of sleep. Then the second knock came, slower, with that same heavy wooden bluntness that had haunted the property from the start, but flattened now by structure and dirt, traveling up through the frame and floor so that I felt it as much as heard it. Knock. Mara jerked upright in the chair. We stared at each other in the washed-out blue dark. Then the third one sounded from under the trailer, deliberate and unmistakable. Knock. Every part of me went cold at once. Not panicked cold, hollow cold. The kind that arrives before thought and makes the body understand location with perfect clarity. Not outside, not beyond the skirting, beneath the floor. Under the supports and insulation and every domestic thing we had trusted to stand between us and the yard. At that exact moment, my phone lit up in my hand where I had grabbed it from the table without realizing. Mara's name. For half a beat, the whole scene refused to sort itself. The woman in the chair staring at me and the phone vibrating with her name in my palm. Then I realized the screen showed her as the caller because she had reached for the cordless handset in the kitchen at the same instant I woke, and somehow the trailer's call routing had pushed it through. I answered anyway. Her voice came both from the phone and from 10 feet away in the room, breathless and stripped down to one sentence. It's under the house. 6.2. The crawl space encounter. I do not remember making the decision to move. 1 second I was upright in the dark blue wash of the trailer living room, with Mara's voice still on the phone and in the room at the same time. And the next, I was already moving for the shotgun I had leaned beside the couch. The flashlight came with it by instinct. My body had gone past thought and into function, which in some ways was a mercy. Thinking would only have slowed me down enough to understand what the knocks meant before I had to face the place they came from. Mara was on her feet too, but not moving well. Fear had taken the smoothness out of her. She looked stunned, one hand over her mouth, the other reaching toward the hallway where Caleb slept. "Stay with him," I said, though even then I knew there was no simple version of staying with him if something was already under the room. The front door stuck on the weather strip for half a beat before I tore it open. Cold hit me like a slap. The yard outside was washed in the weak yellow of the porch bulb and the flatter gray of winter moonlight. And the trailer steps shone damp at the edges, where frost and mud had traded places all evening. I hit the flashlight on before I was halfway down. The beam dropped first to the bottom step. Duke lay crumpled there. For one blinding instant, my mind refused the shape because it was too wrong in too familiar a place. He was on his side against the base of the plastic steps, body twisted as if he had tried to turn back toward the door and had not made it. Blood had spread dark across the packed ground and along the edge of the lowest step, thick enough in places to look black in the cold. His chest rose once, sharply, then shuddered. The fur over his shoulders was slick and clotted, and even in that wild first glance, I could see enough to know he had not simply been struck or bitten and thrown clear. He had been in the way. That was what broke me for half a second. The position of him. Not curled away from danger, not hidden. Folded toward the entrance, as if the last shape his body had chosen was one between the trailer and whatever had come out of the dark under it. There are moments in a story where a line is crossed so cleanly you feel it happen inside yourself. Seeing Duke there was that line. Whatever this had been before, signs, voices, tracks, pressure around walls, it was now an attack at the threshold, and something loyal enough to try to hold that threshold had paid for it. I said his name once, stupidly. He did not look up. One eye showed white under the porch light. His breath came in a shallow hitch that told me there was nothing to do for him except witness that he had tried. Behind me, Mara screamed from inside the trailer, Caleb's name this time, and the sound of it snapped everything back into motion. I dropped to one knee at the side of the steps and swung the flashlight beam toward the gap beneath the trailer. The skirting had been pulled or bowed in one place, just enough to leave a black slit between the bottom edge and the ground. Mud was churned under there, dark and wet where the earth had been disturbed by weight. The smell came out first. Wet rot, cold dirt, something rank and animal threaded through with the raw mineral scent of recently opened ground. It hit so hard and so suddenly that it made my eyes water. For 1 second, the beam found nothing but support blocks, dangling insulation, and ridged mud. Then it caught a face. Not front on, lying partly sideways in the dirt, as if the body attached to it had lowered itself under the trailer and turned just enough to watch the opening. Coarse hair hung in matted dark ropes over part of it. Mud was packed against one cheek and along the line of the jaw. One eye reflected the flashlight in a flat, pale flare that was too still to belong to anything I wanted to call an animal. The mouth was visible only in part, but that was enough. In the uncertain half-light under the trailer, it looked either too wide or too motionless, and I could not tell which possibility horrified me more. The creature did not lunge when the beam touched it. That was the worst part. It simply remained there, as if being seen did not startle it at all. As if it had already accounted for our light, our steps, our fear, and found none of it particularly urgent. Then the beam shifted lower. A hand, if that word is even right, was wrapped around Caleb's ankle. For a split second, I did not understand what I was looking at, because my brain kept trying to reject the proportions. The limb was too long in the forearm, the hand too narrow at the palm, and too extended in the fingers, all of it packed with dark mud and coarse hair at the wrist. Caleb's small, bare leg looked impossibly fragile in that grip. He was half hanging off the side of the bed above, still tangled in blankets, dragged far enough that one heel struck the frame each time the thing pulled. There was no transition between seeing that and panic. I shouted his name. Mara came behind me and made a sound so stripped of language it no longer belonged to speech. From the yard I heard my father running, boots tearing across crusted mud, but he still sounded far away compared to the sight under the trailer. Distance had collapsed. The whole story had narrowed to a beam of light, a child's ankle, and the thing attached to the face in the dirt. I brought the shotgun up and aimed by instinct, not with any clean plan except to stop the pull. The creature moved first. Not fully away, just a sick, smooth tightening through the shoulder and neck that changed the angle of the face without seeming to lift the rest of the body. The reflected eye flashed once. Caleb slid another inch. I fired through the floor. The sound inside that confined space was monstrous. Wood burst. Mara cried out. The recoil slammed into my shoulder, hard enough to stagger me sideways against the step rail. Beneath the trailer, something screamed, and for a second, the world lost all shape. I have tried many times since then to decide what that scream sounded like, and failed every time. Not because it was indescribable in a dramatic way, but because it refused every category I reached for. It was not the cry of a wounded bear or cat or dog. It was not a human scream either, though there were notes in it my body responded to as if they should have belonged to a throat like ours. It had pain in it, yes, but not only pain. Rage, surprise, something almost offended, as though our violence had interrupted an act it had every expectation of completing. The floor above the shot bucked splinters and dust. Caleb shrieked awake at last, a thin, terrified child sound that barely existed in my hearing beside the other one.
Mara threw herself toward the hallway. I thought the blast would make the grip let go. It didn't. That was the twist in the moment, and it struck me with the force of a second gunshot. The hand was still there, maybe jerking, maybe tightening, but still fixed around Caleb's leg. The creature had already gotten hold of him before any of us reached the door, before I took one step down those trailer stairs, before the light found the face. The attack had begun in silence under his bed while we were still waking into it. I racked the shotgun without remembering doing it. Dirt sprayed under the trailer as the body shifted. The face dropped out of the beam for an instant, then reappeared farther back in the dark, as if it had folded on itself in reverse. Caleb was no longer half on the bed. He was sliding toward the edge, blankets wrapping his other leg, hands clawing at the mattress in blind, sleep-broken terror. Mara lunged into the room and grabbed for him. Too late. The next pull came with brutal speed. Not a gradual dragging, but one decisive wrench from below that yanked his lower body off the mattress and slammed the bed frame against the wall. Caleb screamed again, fully awake now, and the sound of it has never left me. Dad hit the porch behind me at the same instant, rifle already up, but by then the truth was clear in a way no warning had ever been clear before. We had not arrived in time to prevent anything. We had arrived in time only to see what already had him. 6.3. The Taking. Everything after that happened too fast for thought and too fragmented for memory to preserve in one clean line. Mara was screaming from somewhere behind me and beside me at the same time, her voice breaking against the narrow walls of the trailer until it stopped sounding like language and became pure animal panic. Caleb was screaming too, or maybe only trying to, because his cry kept cutting in and out beneath the violent racket of the house itself. The split floorboards, the buck of the bed frame, the cabinet doors rattling as the trailer shook with movement underneath it. The porch bulb blew out, or the angle changed, or my eyes failed. 1 second there was yellow light on the steps, and the next the whole yard was silver blue moon and black mud and the wild white slash of my flashlight beam. The creature came out from under the trailer in pieces. That is the truest way I can say it, because I never held the full shape in one stable image. I saw an arm first, or something arm-like, too long, packed with dark hair, dragging hard through the mud as it hauled the rest of itself sideways out from the shadow beneath the skirting. Then a shoulder, too broad for the angle it kept. Then the back arched low and wrong, not fully upright and not cleanly on all fours either. More like it was using every part of itself that could find purchase. The movement had the broken efficiency of something both powerful and damaged, lurching and pulling at once. Caleb came with it, not carried, dragged. His upper body caught briefly in the trailer doorway where Mara had thrown herself toward him, then tore free in a confusion of blankets, pajama fabric, and mud-slick panic. One of his hands struck the steps. One heel hit the edge and bounced. The flashlight caught his face for a fraction of a second, white with terror, mouth open, too shocked even to make a coherent sound. And then the beam jumped away as I tried to follow the shape that had him. Dad fired from the yard. The rifle shot cracked across everything, sharp and huge, flattening the rest of the noise for half a heartbeat. The trailer lights snapped once, flickered, then came on bright in the front room and went dim again, like the place itself had flinched. Somewhere behind me, glass broke or something fell from a counter.
Mara kept screaming Caleb's name in a voice so raw it sounded as if it would shred before she ran out of breath. The creature hit the mud beyond the steps and surged toward the orchard. That was the next flash I got. Not a clean running posture, but a horrible low speed. It seemed to thrust itself forward, partly on all fours, partly by pulling with its arms, the rear of the body gathering and releasing in a way that made it look too jointed and not jointed enough all at once. There are movements the eye expects from things of a certain size. This ignored them. It covered ground with the abrupt, disorienting efficiency of something that had learned the terrain better than we ever would. Caleb's body jolted along behind and beside it, half held, half dragged through the black yard.
I ran after them without any useful plan.
Mud gave under my boots. The flashlight beam slammed uselessly through brush and steps and the side of the trailer, and then back onto the moving shape. Once I nearly fell over Duke's body, and only the shotgun in my hands kept me from going face first into the ground. Dad fired again. The second shot lit the side of the orchard for a blink, and then left darkness thicker than before. Mara stumbled off the porch, barefoot, and I shouted at her to get back, though I knew there was no chance she would listen. The whole scene had that nightmare quality, where everything is too bright and too incomplete at once. A child's blue pajama leg, mud kicked into the air, the pale underside of a support block as the flashlight beam skated wrong. My father's silhouette in the yard with the rifle shouldered. The orchard trees ahead, black and bent, each one a place the beam could catch and mistake for a body.
I never saw the creature's face clearly again in those seconds.
Only motion and mass, and the awful certainty that it was real enough to take weight, light, and gunfire without becoming easier to understand. We were not chasing it. We were falling behind it in our own yard. One of Dad's shots seemed to connect near the orchard edge. I say seemed because certainty in those seconds was impossible. But the flashlight caught a dark spray strike the side of a tulip poplar trunk and scatter across the wet bark in a pattern too forceful to be mud alone. The creature jerked hard to one side, not stopping, not even slowing much, just absorbing the hit into motion the way a larger thing might absorb a thrown rock. The smell hit us almost immediately after. Wet rot, opened soil, something animal and stale all at once, like a den torn apart in the rain. A strip of Caleb's pajama fabric tore loose on the brush.
I saw it happen in one frozen sliver of time.
Blue cloth snagged on a low branch at the orchard margin, stretched, then ripped free from the body moving past it. The torn strip fluttered once in the flashlight beam before the dark took it. I lunged for that branch instead of the thing itself because instinct is stupid under horror. It reaches for what can be touched. My fingers closed on wet twigs and nothing else. Ahead of me, the orchard gave way to the first black timber beyond it. That should have slowed anything carrying a child and hit by a rifle round. It didn't. The creature vanished into the trees faster than something that size had any right to move. Not by clean sprinting, by folding itself through the first line of trunks with a speed that made the eye lose the body between one flash of the beam and the next. 1 second, there was a low, impossible shape just beyond the orchard grass.
The next, there was only brush shaking, one branch whipping back into place, and then a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow sound with it. Caleb screamed once more from inside that blackness. Then not again. We searched until dawn because there was nothing else left to do. Not intelligently at first, not methodically. The first hour was just noise and beams and mud and all of us moving too fast through the orchard and lower timber, calling Caleb's name until it became a punishment instead of a hope.
Dad kept trying to force a pattern onto the search. Back and forth, light low, check the edges of disturbed ground before plunging deeper. But grief and terror kept breaking that order apart. Mara crashed through brush until I thought she would split her face open on a branch. I circled uselessly with the shotgun and flashlight, losing and finding the same patches of trampled mud because the dark had turned the yard and woods into a place made of repetitions. Eventually, the night thinned enough for the search to become more dangerous in a different way. Morning doesn't bring mercy to a scene like that. It only gives shape to what the dark has already done. The orchard stood soaked and colorless in first light. Every branch looked stripped. Every patch of mud turned from black to a sickly brown red where the beam had lied to us in the dark. The tulip poplar Dad had hit carried a dark stain down one side, and near it, the torn strip of blue pajama fabric hung from brush exactly where I had seen it catch. Small, ordinary, devastating. We found one of Caleb's Crocs half sunk near the orchard edge. Bright blue, smeared dark along one side, the strap twisted under as though it had been kicked off or torn loose in a hard turn. Mara picked it up and made no sound at all, which frightened me more than the screaming had. Farther in, near a run of saplings where the ground dropped toward a shallow drainage cut, I found another strip of blue fabric caught low on thorny brush. Not enough to suggest where he had gone from there. Just one more proof that a child had passed through where no child should have been. The fresh red marker was tied to a sapling beyond that, new enough to show color even in weak morning light. Narrow strip of cloth knotted around the young trunk at roughly the height of my thigh. Not weathered into place like some old remnant from years before. Intentional. Recent. Waiting. I stared at it until Dad came up beside me and stopped dead. Neither of us touched it. The last thing we found before the search broke whatever was left in us was in a patch of mud just beyond the sapling, where the ground softened near exposed roots and held small impressions more faithfully than the harder clay around it. 3 baby teeth, half pressed into the mud, stained dark, close together as if dropped or left rather than scattered. Human enough that there was no need to discuss what they were. Child enough that my mind rejected them twice before accepting what my eyes already knew. Mara saw them over my shoulder and made a low, ruined sound that did not rise into weeping because there was nothing in her left to carry it that far. That was the chapter-end truth of it. The twist that made the whole search feel less like pursuit than like witness. There was no body. No clean drag trail beyond a certain point. No blood path leading deeper into the timber. The signs stopped behaving like signs anyone in the ordinary world could follow. Mud showed disturbance and then did not. Brush shook loose evidence but would not hold direction. The woods took the shape, the sound, and finally even the track of him, as if the land itself had decided where human logic was no longer allowed to go. We kept searching because parents search, and because family searches, and because men with rifles and flashlights need to keep moving after failure, or they go mad in place. But by the time full morning reached the ridge, I already knew the most horrible version of the truth. It was not that we had lost the trail. It was that the woods had accepted what took him. Chapter 7. Nobody believes the shape of it. By mid-morning, the property no longer belonged to us alone. Sheriff's deputies came first, tires grinding up the gravel road too fast for the ruts, radios muttering in clipped code that made the whole yard sound smaller and more procedural than it had any right to be. Then came more vehicles, county people, volunteers, a game warden for a while, Another truck with dog boxes in the bed. Men in reflective vests who looked at the orchard and lower timber the way professionals look at a difficult scene they have already begun translating into categories. Missing child, rural terrain,
Night event. Family under stress. Possible animal involvement. Possible abduction. That was the first lesson of the official search. Horror gets flattened quickly once enough badges and clipboards arrive. They asked all the right questions in all the wrong language. What time was the child last seen? Was the trailer door locked? Any custody issues? Any known predators in the area? Did anyone hear a vehicle? Had anyone in the family been drinking? Was there a history of sleepwalking? How old were the track impressions? Why had there been a firearm discharge? Had we preserved the scene as found? One deputy kept using the phrase, "point of disappearance," in a voice so neutral it made me want to hit him. As if the place where Caleb had been pulled out of our world could be pinned cleanly on a map with a fluorescent marker and entered into a report. Search dogs came and worked the yard in nervous loops before the handlers pushed them toward the orchard. One dog got traction on the blue pajama cloth in the crock, then lost the trail near the same patch of trees where our own search had gone thin and stupid in the dark. The handler frowned, reset, tried again. Same result. Another team talked briefly about thermal imaging, but by then the morning was warming just enough off the frost and the cover was dense enough under the ridge that every suggestion sounded half practical and half performative. There was talk of a helicopter, if the county could get one. I never learned whether that was seriously pursued or just the kind of thing officials say in front of families because saying nothing sounds too much like surrender. The explanations came in layers. A predator attack was mentioned first and most cautiously, because the signs seemed to demand some animal frame, even when no known animal fit them properly. A deputy asked if there were bears in the area. I said yes, sometimes, but not like that. He did not ask what "like that" meant, which told me he preferred categories he could survive professionally. The game warden crouched by the mud and the torn cloth and said little, which I respected more than any theory. Kidnapping got floated next, mostly because missing children force law enforcement toward human possibilities, no matter how ugly the physical evidence gets. Vehicle check. Registered offenders in neighboring counties. Custody disputes. Family acquaintances. I listened to all of it and felt the strange dissociation of a man standing beside his own life while other people assemble a version of it that can be processed by a system. Then, quieter and more insulting, came the softer explanations. Confusion, panic, grief. Perhaps details had been misremembered in the dark. Perhaps gunfire and fear had complicated the timeline. Perhaps a wounded predator had created chaos, and the family had interpreted the rest through stress.
Nobody said hallucination outright, but some of the questions circled it with enough politeness to make the word unnecessary. None of the evidence fit cleanly, and I could feel that irritating the people tasked with making it fit somewhere anyway. Too much blood near the trailer, but no clear body trail. Tracks that seemed wrong, but were damaged enough to resist certainty. Signs of violence against the dog, yet no tidy animal pattern. Torn fabric in one place, a shoe in another, then that awful thinning out of evidence as the ground carried disturbance without direction. Even the red cloth marker tied to the sapling became, in official hands, either a piece of old farm debris or something no one wanted to commit to noting as meaningful. That was the second lesson of the search. When reality refuses the available boxes, the boxes do not expand. They simply press harder. And all through it, the language stayed thin. Incident, scene,
Search radius. Subject. Family statement.
Possible explanations. It made me understand how bureaucracy survives horror. Not by defeating it, but by reducing it to paperwork until the paperwork becomes more tolerable than the shape of the thing itself. There was a version of the truth we did not tell them. That silence started as instinct and became corruption almost immediately. We did not tell them about the partial skull behind the barn, not the deer ribs mixed with it, not the rusted tin my mother had buried with private grief in it years earlier. We did not tell them about the old rules either, not the curtains, the lights near berths, the ban on whistling after dark, the lower fence line in winter, any of it. We did not tell them that something had called my father from the tree line in my mother's voice, or that red cloth markers had begun appearing in places no ordinary warning marker belonged. We did not tell them Caleb had spoken of a tall man behind the orchard before the taking. We did not tell them I had heard whispering through the floor vent in the main house, or that my father had once followed Knox up the ridge with Ray and come back with a dead cousin and a lifetime of behavior that looked like superstition from the outside. On paper, all of that would have sounded insane. I knew that. Mara knew that. Even in the raw ruin of what had happened, some practical part of all of us understood what official faces would do if we handed them that version of the story. Concern would shift, not toward the woods, toward us, toward mental strain, shared delusion, grief distortion, bad family folklore infecting perception. The child would become even harder to find once the adults around him were coded as unreliable narrators of their own lives. But there was another reason too, and it came from my father. He believed saying certain things aloud to outsiders changed something. He never phrased it that cleanly, not to the deputies or even fully to me. But I saw it in the set of his mouth every time a question got too near the old ground. He would rather have sounded evasive than invite the thing into language beyond the family line. Whether he thought naming patterns publicly might strengthen them, spread them, or simply break whatever miserable management system the family had clung to for years, I cannot say for sure. But I know he believed there was danger in translation, so we lied by omission. We gave them the facts they could process. Child missing after a nighttime disturbance, animal signs around the property in recent weeks, strange noises, shot fired in panic, search initiated immediately. We handed them enough truth to justify effort and withheld the pieces that might have made the effort turn away from the family and toward the thing that had actually taken him. That kind of silence does something to people. It does not feel noble from the inside. It feels dirty. You begin hearing your own statements and noticing the negative spaces inside them. You watch deputies write in notebooks and think, there is a truer version of this, and I am choosing not to hand it over. Even if the choice is rational, even if the alternative is ridicule and lost time, the concealment starts staining everything it touches. The skull behind the barn became not only evidence, but a secret. The red cloths became not only signs, but things we were complicit in not explaining. My mother's voice from the orchard became something too intimate and grotesque for public speech, which made it all the more powerful in private memory. That was how the family system perpetuated itself, not only through rules, but through selective speech, through the slow poisoning effect of deciding what the outside world can be trusted with and discovering, too late, that each withheld piece leaves you more alone with the whole. By the third day of official searching, my father began to come apart in visible ways. Not dramatically. He was not a dramatic man even in grief. The breaking in him looked like reduction.
He slept in shorter and shorter fragments, mostly in the kitchen chair or on the porch with the rifle laid across his lap, as if actual beds had become too vulnerable or too useless to bother with. He stopped eating more than a few bites at a time. Toast crust, half a sausage link, coffee in place of everything else. His face went inward around the eyes. The skin under them darkened. He shaved less, spoke only when forced. He watched the ridge constantly, not with the frantic scanning of a man hoping to catch movement, more like a man waiting for weather he knows will come over the mountain, whether or not he stares at it. In daylight, he'd stand by the lower fence or the barn lot and keep his eyes on the line where the timber rose. At dusk, he would move from window to porch and back again, rifle never far, posture stiff with the effort of staying in the body when all the mind wants to do is run circles around one impossible fact. I found him one evening, after sunset, sitting at the kitchen table in the dim light over the sink, the rifle across his knees, not watching the room so much as enduring it. Mara had gone quiet in the front room. The search had pulled back for the night. The whole house carried that exhausted after-sound of too many people having been in and out of it all day. He said, without looking at me, "It took the wrong generation before." I stood in the doorway and waited. He rubbed one hand over the wood of the rifle stock as if testing whether it was still solid. This time it came lower. That was all. But the sentence opened a shape under everything we had been living through. Ray on the ridge, livestock in the years after, signs moving down from the woods toward the family structures. Now Caleb, not taken in the forest by wandering too far or mocking old rules, but drawn from beneath a roof. The boundaries had not only weakened, they had descended. Each cycle came closer to the center of family life. Less warning, less distance, less respect for what had once counted as inside. I asked him what he meant by wrong generation, though I think I already knew. He gave the smallest shake of his head. It wasn't meant for children. The old masculine hardness in him had not vanished. It had been burned down to a smaller, sadder material. Not courage exactly, not resignation either. Something like the posture of a man who realizes his lifetime of management has failed and must now continue anyway, because stopping would be another kind of failure. In the days after that, I began to understand the final cruelty of inherited fear. You do not only inherit the danger, you inherit the exhausted people left trying to keep it named, just little enough to survive. 7.2. The life that comes after spring came in the insulting way it always does after a winter that has taken too much. Not gently, not with any sense of proportion. The first warm rain loosened the frost out of the lower field and turned the yard back to mud. Then the redbuds started along the state road. Then the pasture pushed green through ground I had spent months thinking of only as frozen, blood dark, and trampled. Birds came back to the fence lines. Frogs started up in the drainage ditch behind the barn. The world moved on in all the ways it was built to move on, and every one of those ordinary renewals felt faintly obscene. Mara left Kentucky before the dogwoods bloomed. She said she was going to Tennessee at first, then maybe Indiana, then finally admitted the destination hardly mattered as long as it was a place where the land did not know her name and no one in the grocery store knew what had happened on our property after midnight in winter. Staying, she told me once, in the kitchen, while folding clothes into a box she did not need to fold so neatly, would kill her, even if nothing else ever came out of those woods. I knew what she meant. There are places where memory behaves like weather. You do not think about it every second, but you live inside it all the same. And after a while, you cannot tell whether you are breathing air or grief. The mobile home went before she did. A county crew and a local hauler came to pull it off the blocks, and I stood in the yard watching them work with a strange, helpless resentment at the mechanical ease of it. Hydraulic jacks, hitch chains, men in gloves talking about axle weight and tire pressure, as if the structure had always been only a piece of equipment. By noon, the trailer was gone. The porch steps were stacked to one side. The skirting had been peeled away and thrown into a truck bed, the place where Mara and Caleb had slept, argued, laughed, eaten cereal, watched movies, and listened to things move under them all winter, was reduced to a flattened rectangle of damaged ground. That patch of earth looked wrong in a way I have never found the exact language for. Not haunted looking in any dramatic sense, just wrong. Darker than the surrounding yard, as though the mud there held moisture longer than it should. Compressed into a hard, dead plain where grass refused to come back with the same confidence as everywhere else. Even after a week of sun, the outline of the trailer remained visible as clearly as a removed bandage on skin. You could see where the support blocks had stood, where the steps had worn down the ground, where runoff had tracked under the frame. There was one long stain of pressed earth under the back half where Caleb's room had been, and every time I looked at it, my body remembered the sound beneath the floor before my mind could stop it. That emptiness was worse than the trailer itself by the end. An occupied structure at least implied choice, routine, life continuing in defiance or denial. The flat, bare place left behind looked like a missing tooth in the property, a subtraction too clean to ignore. Duke was buried beyond the lower fence, under a cedar sapling Dad chose because he said cedar held better in poor soil. Mara left 2 days after the trailer was hauled away and never looked back at the yard when she got in her car. I watched her drive down the gravel road with everything she had left packed around her and thought, not for the first time, that leaving might be the only honest response to a place that had started feeding on family. I did not leave with her. At the time, I told myself it was because Dad was too old to manage alone, because somebody had to keep the cattle sold down properly, because the house still needed a man in it after everything that had happened. Those reasons were not false. They just weren't the whole truth. Something heavier had settled over me by then, some mixture of obligation and paralysis that made departure feel less like escape and more like amputation. The land had already taken enough. I could not decide whether leaving it would be wisdom or another kind of surrender. Dad died 6 months later on watch. The official cause was a stroke. Sudden, according to the doctor. Quiet, according to the way the body looked when I found him. He was on the porch at dawn in the same old chair he had used through most of that winter, the rifle across his lap, one hand resting near the trigger guard as though even death had not persuaded him to set it down. The air that morning had the first thin edge of autumn in it. Not cold yet, but moving that way. The kind of dawn when the yard smells of damp leaves and old boards, and everything feels briefly suspended between seasons. I knew before I touched him. There was no violence in the scene, no horror in the visible sense. Just bleakness. A body gone still in a posture that had outlasted the life inside it. His face had relaxed in death more than I had ever seen it relaxed in life. The lines around his mouth looked softer. His eyes were closed, not from peace exactly, but from completion. Whatever vigilance had held him upright after Caleb was taken had finally run out before dawn did. I stood there a long time with one hand on the porch rail and the other hanging useless at my side. The thing that still returns to me most often is the angle of the chair. It wasn't turned toward the barn. All spring and summer,
If he sat outside at all, Dad usually kept one eye on the cattle lot by habit. But that morning, the chair faced a little farther left, aimed not at the practical work of the place, but toward the old orchard and the black line of timber beyond it. Toward the path Caleb had been dragged across, toward the direction his grief had lived in after it stopped fitting inside the house. I do not know whether he died watching for something, or simply unable to stop facing the place where the worst thing had happened. Maybe there is no difference. After we buried him in the family cemetery beyond the cedars, the property felt quieter in a way that did not comfort me. Not empty. More like it had lost the one person who understood the terms badly enough to negotiate them, however unsuccessfully. The rules remained, but without him, they no longer carried the authority of inheritance. They had become mine by default, which is one of the crueler ways men become their fathers, not through admiration, but through vacancy. And I stayed. I have said before that this was not bravery, and I mean that. If anything, courage would probably have looked more like leaving, selling off what could be sold, boarding the house, driving until the ridgeline changed and no old road names followed me. But by the time my father died, I no longer knew what leaving would mean in any honest sense. The land had ceased to be property in my head. It had become the shape around every memory I did not know how to carry elsewhere. My mother buried behind one set of hills, Caleb gone into another, Dad dead facing the orchard. Even grief had coordinates there. So I remained and learned the posture I had once despised. I watched the tree line at dusk without meaning to. I checked curtains before full dark because leaving them open felt like negligence. If a dog I passed in town balked at a doorway, some private animal part of me still paid attention. I stopped calling people from the yard after sunset, even when the yard was empty and the person I meant to call was miles away. That is the emotional transformation people rarely talk about in stories like this. Not that the survivor becomes fearless, not that he becomes enlightened. He becomes adjusted in the wrong direction, bent toward the shape of the threat until vigilance starts passing for character. I used to judge my father for the way he lived around the rules, for the silence, for the management of fear disguised as practicality. Now I sit where he sat. I look where he looked. I hear the house settle at night and know exactly which sounds matter and which do not. And that knowledge feels less like wisdom than contamination. I stay on the property because part of me still cannot bear to leave it unwitnessed. And part of me is no longer sure the thing that learned us here would care much about county lines. 7.3. What stayed? Late autumn came back the way a bad anniversary does, without asking whether you had improved enough to meet it. By then, the property was down to fewer cattle, fewer sounds, fewer reasons to move from one side of it to the other. Life had not healed. It had reduced. There is a difference, and I know it now. The way people know the difference between scar tissue and skin, even when both cover the same wound. Healing suggests return. Reduction only means there is less left to damage. I kept the place going because places do not care what happened there. Gates still sag. Water still has to be checked. The first hard frost still comes whether your family is intact enough to notice it or not. So I did the chores. I cleaned troughs. I hauled feed. I patched a section of fence near the back line where a fallen branch had taken the wire down. I kept lights on near the barn longer than necessary and shut curtains before full dark without ever announcing to myself that I was doing it.
If I had to walk to the shed at dusk, I went quickly and did not look too long toward the ridge. That last part was hardest to admit. I had become, in quiet, practical ways, a man governed by the old rules. Not because my father was there to insist on them, not because my grandmother's voice still lived in the house giving warnings over coffee or dishwater. Because they had moved inward and taken root where ordinary habits usually live. Don't whistle after dark. Don't answer voices. Don't stand at the edge of the yard once the light goes flat. Don't shine a beam up the ridge and linger there. Don't let thought travel too long along the same routes as attention. I could still tell myself, if asked, that I did not believe in the rules in any church basement or campfire sense. But belief had never been the point. The point was behavior. And by then, my behavior had already shifted. That was its own horror. People imagine the worst thing a story like mine can do to you is convince you monsters are real. It isn't. The worst thing is that it edits you. It shaves your life down along its own lines until caution begins to feel like identity. You stop doing certain things, not because you are actively afraid each time, but because fear has had enough time to settle into instinct. I no longer looked toward the old orchard after dusk unless I had to. I no longer left blood or butcher waste sitting out even for an hour if stock had to be put down or a deer dressed. I no longer laughed at curtains drawn too early. I no longer used my childhood nickname out loud, not even to myself, because some private part of me had started treating names as invitations. The season looked beautiful in the blunt, indifferent way Kentucky can look beautiful after it has ruined something personal. The maples along the road had gone rust and yellow. The orchard leaves thinned to curled dark scraps under the trees. Mornings came with silver on the grass and steam off the troughs. The ridge stood clean and sharp against the sky in late afternoon, before blackening all at once. There were moments, if I kept my eyes on the right parts of the property, when the place almost resembled the one I had grown up loving. But resemblance is not return. I knew too much by then. I knew where Duke was buried beyond the lower fence, and how the cedar over him had taken poorly to the soil. I knew the exact patch of yard where the trailer had once stood, and how nothing grew there right. I knew which tulip poplar still carried the dark stain from a shot that should have mattered more than it did. I knew my father had died watching the orchard, not the barn. And I knew the worst thing was not that the land had become strange. It was that I had adapted to its strangeness and kept calling that survival. I found the cloth near twilight on a Wednesday. I remember only because Wednesdays had become delivery days for feed, and I had spent most of the afternoon hauling sacks and cursing one bad hinge on the shed door that still dragged in damp weather. By the time I finished, the light had already begun its usual retreat from the lower field. That brief, ugly, beautiful hour in autumn, when colors don't fade so much as thin, and every part of the property seems to decide whether it belongs to day or to whatever comes after. I was carrying a spade back from the side yard because I had used it to clear a drainage ditch by the orchard rise, and I almost walked past the stake without seeing it. Then I saw the red. It was tied to a short wooden stake driven into the ground near the old orchard's edge, just off the path where the trailer steps used to line up with the yard. Not on a branch this time, not hanging where weather might have plausibly moved it there. Tied in a narrow, deliberate knot around a stake set by hand. The cloth itself was fresh enough in placement to show color clearly even in that failing light, though the material looked old, faded in the fibers, darkened at the edges, frayed where it had torn from some larger piece long before. And it was tied low. child height again. Not at my knee exactly this time, but close enough to strike the body before the mind could form language around it. I stopped in the yard with the spade hanging from one hand and felt that cold interior dropping sensation I had come to associate with recognition rather than surprise. I knew what it was before I took another step, before I touched it, before I looked to the tree line or the ridge or anywhere else that might offer context and instead only offered witness. The whole property had gone dead quiet around it. No wind in the orchard branches, no insects in the grass, no bird movement in the cedars by the fence. Just that terrible, held stillness that had preceded so many of the worst moments. The kind of silence that doesn't feel empty so much as occupied by attention. I walked closer anyway. The stake had been driven into the ground beside the line where Caleb's swing used to hang, back when the trailer stood there, and the yard still contained some version of childhood. There was no practical reason for anyone to mark that spot now. No fencing plan, no survey line, no work in progress. The cloth moved once when I came within arm's reach, though I could not feel any breeze on my face or hands. I could have taken it down. That is the simplest fact, and the hardest one. The spade was right there. My hands worked. The yard was empty. Daylight had not fully gone. There was no witness to stop me, no father left to bark an order, no child in the house to be protected from seeing what I did next. If this had been a story about courage, in the broad, shallow sense, that would have been the moment for it. Rip the marker free, burn it, throw it in the creek, refuse the arrangement, assert some final human claim over ground and sign. Instead, I stood there, looking at it, and understood, with a clarity more frightening than any sudden sighting, that I no longer believed action and refusal were the same thing. The cloth was not only a sign, it was a test of what the years had already done to me. And what they had done was this. They had taught me to recognize a marker and leave it undisturbed. Not because I respected it, not because I worshipped anything in those woods, because the family had been trained, generation by generation, to understand that some gestures are less about protection than compliance. I set the spade down by the shed wall and left the cloth where it was. Dark came the rest of the way while I stood there pretending to inspect the yard. Then, from across the hollow, came 3 slow knocks. They rolled out of the ridge the same way I had heard them that first week home, measured, patient, too heavy to mistake for accident once you had let them into your life. 1, then the long wait, then another, then the third. I did not move. The echoes had barely begun to thin when 3 answering knocks came from much closer. Not across the hollow, behind me somewhere. Maybe near the shed, maybe near the house. Maybe from a point in the yard so ordinary in daylight that I had crossed it 100 times without ever imagining it could become part of the same conversation. I did not turn around right away. That is how I know the story ends colder than it began. Because a year earlier, I would have turned on reflex, flashlight up, heart trying to outrun sense. By then I understood something worse than fear. I understood the system of it. It was never only on the ridge. The property was never uniquely cursed in the dramatic, convenient way stories sometimes make such places seem. The rules had never been protection in any final sense. They were conditioning, passed down through families who survived by getting smaller in the right directions. Quieter, more watchful, more obedient to patterns they did not create and could not stop. And what remains worse to me now is not proof of the thing itself. It is proof of what it turned us into. I did not leave the cloth there because I was afraid of what might happen if I touched it. I left it there because by then I already knew what the land wanted from us. Quiet.
S.